You want him on the stage, right? Okay. Oh, so you keep. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start. Asking if you could take your seats, please. Anybody else? That's it? Nobody else? Those on the outside asking if you could come inside. We are about to start. And thank you so much for your patience. I can still see you outside. All those who are outside, asking that you come in so we can officially start. As we gather everyone inside, my name is Fiona Fennell. I am from the Jamaica Tourist Board, and I'll be taking you through this morning's opening ceremony. Before we do so, I'd like to make some special introductions to some very important persons we have in our presence, starting with our very own Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, who is center stage. His Excellency Zurab Polo Lekashvili, who is the Secretary General for the now new UN Tourism. ministers of government, visiting ministers and their dignitaries, our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Jennifer Griffith, Dr. Stacy Kennedy, the regional manager for Caribbean Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, who is also center stage, Professor Lloyd Waller, who is the Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Professor Waller. Senior members of the Ministry of Tourism and its public bodies and other senior members of other government ministries and their public bodies. There are so many to name in the room. Esteemed moderators and panelists who will give us some very invigorating conversations around resilience and tourism resilience. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, or sponsors who have made this possible, and or members of the media. Good morning, good morning, good morning. To start things off and to give us a little bit more context as to why we're here and what we can expect, I'm going to ask Professor Lloyd Waller, or Executive Director of the GTRCMC, to come forward.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I would have had some difficulties struggling with a few names, primarily the Secretary General, who in my struggles to pronounce his last name was kind enough to say that his new name, his Jamaican name, is Taylor. So, I'm very appreciative of it, given the complex name. All protocols observed. Between 1997 and 1999, I had pursued a master's in development studies at the University of the West Indies. And the recommended text was Michael Todara's Economic Development. Now, this book was recognized, and is still recognized today, as one of the primary texts about how to become a first world country. And, you know, for many small island, many persons in here representing small island developing states, one can only imagine that such a book would be important. The book outlined the methodologies, methods, and tools for achieving development. And some of these, if I can recall, had to do with agriculture, governance, manufacturing, mining, technology, energy, fiscal management, and the creative industries. Surprisingly, there was nothing in that book about tourism. In the last 10 years, I've worked for and with a number of international organizations, ranging from the United Nations, agencies to the EU and the OAS, and even some international banks. And again, when you look at the texts that these books put out, there's rarely any discussion about tourism as a development tool. And you know, this is interesting given the fact that, and I'm going to date myself here now, that UN Tourism, formerly known as UNWTO, the United Nations World Tourism Organization, has been in existence from the year of my birth, 1975. And the interesting thing about it is that, irrespective of the recognition of the UN that tourism is an important tool for development, it had still not made it in the textbooks or the development books as a development panacea. Then came COVID. And when COVID came, many countries had to adhere to and practice some of the different COVID-related protocols, ranging from social distance to travel restrictions, and this was essentially developed to save lives. And as a result of that, many other sectors started to fall. First, tourism, and following tourism, airlines, transportation services, attractions, cruise, ports, and even travel agencies, livelihoods were affected. But it wasn't just tourism that was affected, but many other industries struggled as well. These industries included entertainment, the creative industries, retail, events, arts and culture, sports and recreation, agriculture and tourism as well, and transportation as well. The truth is, tourism brought the entire world to its knees. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, the world realized what many of us in here already knew. Tourism is everything. We have to actually clap for that. Tourism is everything. When tourism was affected because of the pandemic, every sector, even the digital sector, were significantly affected by it. And this is the reason why we are here today, and to be quite frank. The goal of this discussion today is to prevent the next catastrophe. Is to prevent, or prepare for, I should say, because we can't prevent it. Is to prepare for the next catastrophe. Is to prepare for what comes next. Is to have a conversation about how do we build the resilience and the capacities and the capabilities to be able to mitigate what comes next. That may be another pandemic, it may be a climatic or seismic event, it may be a financial or global economic or global political event, or it may be a war. But the bottom line is we were unprepared for COVID. Some companies fared better than others because they had the capacity to be able to do so. And as such, we can't allow a situation where the tourism space, the tourism sector, destinations around the world are affected again by a disruption. And the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, working with UNWTO, working with the Ministry of Tourism, has been playing a key role in trying to ensure that we help destinations to prepare for, manage, and recover from a crisis. And preparation is an important tool in this regard. And today and tomorrow, we're going to be having conversations about how do we prepare for tomorrow. And I personally look forward to some of the discussions. Some of the topics are critical: digital transformation, cybersecurity, infrastructure, women in tourism, funding tourism resilience. All play an important role in emergent and emerging discussions and dialogues surrounding tourism and tourism resilience. So I'd like to thank the presenters and the moderators who took time out to come today to have this important conversation. And I personally look forward to hearing some of the great ideas that we will be discussing as we celebrate Global Tourism Resilience Day. And there's more, but I'll leave it for my minister to say, because we will also be launching a book on the future of tourism resilience today. We thought it was important not only to just have conversations, but to have content for persons to actually read and understand about how to endure and how to be resilient in the world today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Professor Waller. I must specially recognize two ministers in-house, Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon, Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister with special responsibility for skills and digital transformation, and she is my former lecturer. I remember. And Minister of Tourism and Ports for Cayman, Mr. Kenneth Bryan. Thank you so much for making it today. I would now like to invite our main sponsor, Dr. Stacy Kennedy, Regional Manager for the Caribbean Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, to bring her remarks.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Protocol having been fully established, but at the same time, I do wish to recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Edmund Bartlett, His Excellency Secretary General of UN Tourism, all of our visiting ministers, as well as other members of the government of Jamaica, Professor Lloyd Waller, representing the GTR CMC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, my good friend Jennifer Griffith, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to be here with you today and to bring greetings on behalf of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and in particular on behalf of our Executive President, Sergio Diaz-Granados. CAF is extremely proud to be the lead sponsor once again for this second edition of a pioneering initiative that has sought to place increased attention on tourism resilience globally, an issue of vital concern to all of us as persons in the Caribbean, firstly, but also as a leading multilateral development bank operating across Latin America and the Caribbean. We're very proud of our partnerships with the United Nations, specialized agencies like UN Tourism, as well as regional institutions like our very own globally ranked Regional University of the West Indies, which houses the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate Minister Bartlett and his co-director, Professor Lloyd Waller, for their outstanding leadership over the years. As we come together in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and in several locations across the globe to draw attention to the imperative of ensuring that all countries are well equipped to handle the multiple risks to this important sector, we recognize that tourism is the main source of foreign exchange for many countries, including CAF's member countries across Latin America and the Caribbean, contributing up to 26% of GDP in the region prior to the pandemic. This sector is also estimated to have directly employed more than 26 million people regionally, with women making up a large portion of the tourism workforce, some 60% of the jobs in the sector. The fragile natural ecosystems of the Caribbean that constitute the main attraction for visitors to Latin America and the Caribbean are increasingly at risk from climate change-related phenomena. And the wider tourism industry is vulnerable to threats ranging from geopolitical to geo-economic instability that affect feeder markets and also to global public health threats, as we would have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. But the region's tourism sector also faces structural challenges, including trade, connectivity, and others that exacerbate supply chain deficits, food insecurity, and the lacking uptake of rapidly evolving technological advances. Environmental threats, including rising sea levels caused by climate change, the erosion of the coastal shorelines, and undermining of the integrity of the core and tourist-related infrastructure. All of these, together with the increasing salination of freshwater resources and the rise of the sargassum blooms, the increasing volume and frequency, all of these negatively affect our shores, our coral reefs, and our biodiversity. So given the socioeconomic importance of tourism to the Caribbean and to many regions across the world and the multiple threats, it is critical, I'm sure we agree, it is critical that all countries, particularly our island states in the Caribbean, collectively define and implement strategies that not only prepare the Caribbean for future shocks, but also helps the region to recover rapidly from these threats. So this conference coincides with and celebrates the United Nations World Global Tourism Resilience Day, being recognized annually tomorrow on February 17th, as you know, thanks to the leadership of the government of Jamaica and the advocacy on the global stage, placing the spotlight on resilience as a pivotal aspect of tourism and reminding the entire world that tourism development in island states in particular encompasses unique multi-dimensional challenges which must be taken into account. So let us congratulate the government and people of Jamaica and the representatives of the United Nations present with us today for leading this important charge. Against this background, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is extremely relevant, and it is very promising in that the Caribbean must join forces to effectively navigate the future of tourism resilience with all of our sister countries across the world. This is important if we wish to truly safeguard the future of this sector and preserve its natural resources through sustainable and regenerative tourism policies and practices. CAF is extremely proud to not only be sponsoring the conference for a second year, but also to be contributing to the thought leadership on tourism resilience as we participate in the discussions alongside the other decision makers and experts and actors across society and across the world who have come here today to support this important conference. So as a multilateral development bank that is committed to strengthening partnerships, we welcome the opportunity presented by the conference to join forces with all other development partners that are working in the Caribbean to support the implementation of agreed recommendations emerging from this conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Stacey Kennedy, my apologies. I will now like to ask our Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, to make his very special presentation in the capacity of Minister of Tourism and as the founder of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you for leading the morning's proceedings in the very capable and efficient way that you have. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I just wondered what happened. What happened outside? Good morning. Okay, I'm not feeling the energy and the vigor of the Caribbean energy. We cannot have the Secretary General of the UN Tourism here coming from a chilly place into this nice, warm, hot, and energetic environment, and we feel cold. So good morning. Good morning. Okay, all right. You heard that, excellent. Good. My Secretary General, and I'm really very happy that he's been able to join us today. He has been Secretary General for the UN, now the UN Tourism, but UNWTO, for well over 6 years, and going strong. I have nothing more to say on that at this podium, but going strong. And he has been all over the world. Never been to the English-speaking Caribbean and Jamaica, and today we have him, and I want you to make him really feel welcome. Mr. Zoro Polo Lishkavili, welcome to Jamaica. Especially I want to welcome also my ministerial colleagues who are here with us, and we begin with the chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and Minister of Tourism for the Cayman Islands, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan. And we have our Vice Minister from Brazil, who is here with us. Please stand so everybody sees you and recognize not just the glory of the great country of Brazil, but the wonderful representation that that country has here today. Her Excellency, the Ambassador, is also here, and the Consul for Brazil is also here with us. My sister and colleague, the Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, responsible for what I call human capital development and digital transformation, Senator the Honorable Dana Dixon, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. And I'm so very happy that she could join us today, and she will be with us for the rest of the day. Your Excellencies from the various other countries, our friends from Trinidad and Tobago, where is my Director of Tourism over there, from Guadeloupe, we're expecting also from Saudi Arabia later on, from Sierra Leone, and from a number of other countries as the next 2 days. We hope to indulge ourselves in discourses on this very, very critical global subject of resilience. But to the point of tourism resilience, and this is a feature of that discussion which has avoided many in their discourses across the world. They've talked about resilience in its generality, but what has not been as focused is tourism resilience. Professor Waller made the point a while ago that tourism is everything, and he's absolutely right, because there's nothing else that happens in the world. Tourism is really the catalyst that slows or speeds up the activities of the world that people travel to experience and to have. And we call that umbrella tourism. So there are a lot of people, Excellency, who are trying to find tourism as a discrete activity, locked in a box somewhere, and you come and you count 10 utils of tourism, you know, or you measure tourism by way of saying how many kilos of tourism you achieved today. Or if you want to go in a science lab and to titrate tourism, so you know that this element times that element equal tourism. No such thing. Tourism is a confluence of so many moving parts that must all come together seamlessly to create an experience that people enjoy, put a value to, and are prepared to pay a price for. And that's why it has become such a great industry across the world. And that is why it is now regarded as one of the fastest ways of transferring wealth, arguably from the rich to the poor. And capitalism is really very seized by tourism. And those who think capitalism may be a terribly bad thing must just consider that it is just about extraction and the utilization of that which is extracted to create value and wealth. So that in truth and in fact, Anthropocene Earth has been influenced by capitalism hugely, both in terms of its extractive quality as well as the quality of infusing value. So tourism in that space has now become the main driver of this process of building capital across the world. And the value of tourism is that it is not really extractive. It can be extractive, but it is not really extractive. because it adds value at every step of the way, and it gives essence to activities. It encourages creativity and innovation. And what it does is to respond to the needs and demands of people in a holistic way, so that anyone and almost everyone can benefit from tourism activities. You need not be a rocket scientist. You need not be a PhD. You need not have gone to the best university in the world to earn from tourism. And in Jamaica, we know this story very well, that a little guy made 2 crabs race on an evening at a hotel and earns enough to buy a car, build a little house, and send his children to school, to make 2 foolish crustaceans race. And then, of course, you go to the highest level of the aeronautic engineers and the ones who make airplane and spacecraft and so on, that's taking people to space later on, for what you're going to see in the book we're putting out tomorrow, and a chapter on space tourism. So what we're here about today and the next 2 days is celebrating that great innovation that has caused a change in Anthropocene Earth in terms of how capitalism is now structured, and the creation, if you will, of a new epoch. Bearing in mind we started talking about the Holocene period, that was just before man on Earth. And since man on Earth, we have the Anthropocene era. And now with capitalism influencing Anthropocene in the way it is, we are now emerging into a Capitalocene era, of which tourism is a great driver. So understanding, therefore, the impact and the role that tourism is going to play in how the world changes and morphs into the future is important for us as we try to bring the next generation into an understanding of this great economic activity called tourism. And so navigating the future of tourism, and in particular its resilience, is an important discussion and a key discourse that is worthy of our attention, not only in the next 2 days, but in the future. So I wanted to put that in perspective, first of all, and then secondly, to discuss why resilience is so critical then for this great industry. And the truth is that this great industry, if we define it as such, having said what I said before of being a confluence of so many moving parts and so on, that it is the most resilient of all industries in the world. Of all the human activity, tourism is the most resilient. It bounced back faster after every type of disruption that has taken place. And we could go on in history. Even at the times when we had the great volcanoes of Iceland, somewhere about 500 BC or thereabout, the plumes of which covered 2/3 of the world. All of Asia and all of Europe lasted for some 4 years when temperatures were at minus 50 degrees throughout. And a summer period, which would be normally summer, you're minus 2 degrees Celsius. It eviscerated much of humanity then in that area, as well as agriculture and vegetation. But it didn't touch the Americas. So then came the next mega event that has sought to eviscerate the human family. And we say it's the most existential threat that Anthropocene Earth has seen. And that was COVID-19. And this one did in fact cover the world. Because we woke up one morning and suddenly the virus was everywhere. It was not in a planet that covered half of it, no. It wasn't on a planet that covered a third of it, no. It wasn't on a planet that covered a quarter of it, no. It was on a planet that covered the entire planet. Every country on planet Earth was experiencing this pandemic. And so the real threat to man was now evident. And we started to rely on what we knew best. Because it is the age of science, we began to rely on science. And it is now the age of knowledge, so we were relying on data. And those are the two elements that we relied on to help us to navigate through this. But in the whole process, the fear that overtook us, such fear that it prevented us from continuing our normal activities. And so the planes stopped flying. The ships stopped sailing. The hunters stopped hunting in the wild. The fishermen stopped fishing. And suddenly there was what now appeared to be a new moment in time called the anthropause, as we paused and the world did nothing. And we went almost a year and a half of that. And then afterwards, we found answers through the same science and data. And we started to act again. And we stopped being together apart. And we stopped denying ourselves travel. And we stopped saying that we can't hug anymore, and we can't shake hands anymore, and we can't kiss anymore. And we began to move again as a people. So we emerged then into a new period that we call the anthropause, when people are active again and the world is moving. But the impact of that anthropause, as a result of anthropause, has created a new crisis, a new disruption, which we call now the supply chain disruption. So our farmers did not come back to do all the farming that they used to do. But more importantly, the whole business of the logistics of movement of goods and services was disrupted. The factories were closed, of course, so the production process also were disrupted. And so we now have to navigate a new era that is characterized by hyperinflation and huge cost of living and psychosocial disruptions too, with people behaving differently. And so what it creates is a requirement for us to recover again, to recover faster, and to thrive. So it is in that context that resilience is being discussed in the next 2 days. How do we move to build capacity to firstly recognize and track disruptions? Because disruptions are going to continue because of the nature of the global activities today. Man on earth has become a very extractive imposition on nature and planet Earth. That's all we do every day. And while we extract, nature has to recover and to restore. And the rate of that restoration is a function of how adequate recovery is going to be from disruptions. And indeed, how often and regular the disruptions are going to occur. So we need to be able to track and to forecast even these disruptions as the first element. The second consideration for these 2 days must be, how do we mitigate against these disruptions as they come? And the third is, how do you manage these disruptions when they actually arrive? And fourthly, how do you recover? Recover quickly. Because the rate of your recovery is a function of your own prosperity and future. Several countries have had disruptions and to date still have not recovered. I hate to make reference to my neighbors, but Haiti is an example. About 12 years ago, we had a mega earthquake, some 12, registering about 12 on the Richter scale. It destroyed much of Haiti. Haiti has not recovered to date. We could speak of hurricanes that we have had in 2017, Irma and Maria, right here in the Caribbean almost. We still have not recovered fully from it. So the rate at which you recover is critical to your future. And finally, and fifthly, to thrive after recovery. That's the challenge, really. And very few countries can speak to that. And this is one of the reasons I speak with a little pride this morning, that our little Jamaica has not only recovered from COVID-19, but we are thriving as the only economy in this region with 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth. And in the process, pay down our debt from 149% of GDP to 74% and going lower. And I realized 4.5% unemployment, down from 13% in 2019. So there's a little bit for us to talk about in the next 2 days. And I'm very happy that we were able to provide the platform for that discourse. And I'm looking forward to the results of the deliberations. I'm excited about being able to codify much of it and to have it available for the global community to experience. And in closing, I just want to say that the tourism resilience activities that we have initiated in Jamaica has now become global. We now have satellite centers in 5 countries, and we have almost covered the globe by way of representation in every continent. We're only short of Oceania, and we're getting there. And our Secretary General tells us that when he's finished with us over the next 2 days, we'll be ready for the entire world. Bless you. Thank you very much, and do enjoy the next 2 days.
Thank you so much, Minister. A lot of food for thought, a lot of work to be done. I have the task of introducing our keynote, and this gentleman has been at the helm of the now new UN tourism since 2018, advocating for tourism to be a significant player in delivering sustainable solutions for people, planet, prosperity, and peace. He has pushed the boundaries to have tourism look at some other very important areas like innovation, digital transformation, investment, and online education, among many other areas. Please make welcome yet again His Excellency Zurab Polo Lekashvili, our Secretary General for UN Tourism.
Good morning. My name is Zurab Taylor, and in Brazil they call me Zurab Silva. Finally, my father will kill me, I think, because everywhere I don't use my last name. It's very difficult. Thank you for your excellent pronunciation. Very happy to be here, and I have to talk a lot, as my dear brother minister mentioned, there are a lot of things to do. I want to complete his excellent and very impressive presentation and speech and fulfill it. He mentioned that there is no need to have education in the best university in the world if you want to learn about tourism, and I totally agree. But I want to promise you, dear brother, dear minister, that here in Jamaica, we together will create the best university of tourism in the world and best educational center in the world. There are some reasons why in Jamaica, because it's very weird that in Americas, and this is my first visit to Americas in capacity of UN Tourism Secretary General. I've never been with this name and with this capacity in 2024 or never in Americas. If you see on Americas, 80% of population, they don't speak English. All of them speak Spanish. So there is a need and there is a big space to have educational center in English, and there is a huge demand. Where is the better place to do it if it's not Jamaica? Because tourism it's a DNA of Jamaicans. Tourism is the big part of economy, and plus Caribbean. There is nothing. Look at this beauty and nice people, students and youth here. First of all, I want to motivate you and tell you that don't go and don't study other subjects. Tourism is the best thing you can learn, and you are the right and very important place worldwide where you can learn, where you can practice, and where you can grow and where you can do a lot of things, earn money, be successful, be wealthy. You know, you will make it. I'm also coming from a very small country, which has also 3.5 million inhabitants, and I'm here. You know, you will make it. Don't worry, and please. And I'm very happy and very happy that you are here with us. Count on our full support. So one is educational center. We will make it here. The second is resilience center, and I think it's done. And again, the minister is very creative and very innovative, and we are here to support. I know that this is first our meeting and first time everything is difficult. We promise, and I promise that this week, I mean from 16th or 15th of February, Valentine's Day until World Resilience Day, we will be here every year to celebrate this very important week. And as he's mentioned, these 2 days we will talk about everything. And first time is difficult, but next year will be much bigger. And I promise, and I want to make this event a regular one. Why? Because again, in Caribbean, we need presence. We need to support countries. We need to support families who are living, and their income is only from tourism and agriculture and fishing. These are three things where they get money to feed their kids. You know, and that's why I promise, and we promise, and I'm very thankful to all ministers who is attending today's meeting. They came even from Brazil. My dear Vice Minister Anna, she's here. She was telling me 12 hours flight. Many ministers, not many as we wanted, but we will make it much bigger next year, and count on our full support. All Jamaicans and all Caribbeans that we will be here talking about how to develop the tourism and how to create new jobs. Jobs are crucial. Jobs are most important thing. What is our job and what is our main goal to concentrate and to work on it. Plus education. And let me to add one more element where we will be focused. I mean, this will be education, as I mentioned. There will be job creation with education, of course, and investments. We need more money here. We need more investments, more foreign direct investments in the region, and there is a field. There is infrastructure. People are ready. We will have these educational centers in the parallel, but we need investments. We need money. I'm so happy, our colleague from the Bank of Caribbean and Latin America, and I also want to promise you, your presence is very important for all of us, that first of all, I promise you that we will never, and we will have the best relationship ever during our history of UN Tourism and Caribbean Development Bank, or for Latin American Bank, because we have a lot of things to do. And believe me that the payback on each invested dollar will be not 2 or 3, it will be 10, because we will invest all money in education, we will invest all money in jobs creation, and this is the best thing anyone can do in his or her life, and I'm very thankful that Sabina Fluxar, who is doing, and her family is doing a great, and one of the star projects in Jamaica, and we will use this example like a pilot for other investors, and we will make investment forum in Caribbean here again in Jamaica. So many things are coming, and I'm very emotional, like my brother Lloyd. He was very passionate in his excellent another presentation. So there are a lot of things to do, and we are here to work, to make things patient, more interesting, more attractive, and I'm sure that we will calculate then results. It's not easy, it will take a time. We started this morning, no, we started yesterday with one love party, and many delegates, I see that they could not attend this morning session. Thank you for a great evening, Excellency, yesterday, and very happy. So I wish a very successful event. I didn't finish my speech. I want to mention about Resilience Center a little bit, because it's a very important project in Jamaica. Just give me 2 more minutes. This center, I mean, today we have 2 horrible wars in Ukraine and in Gaza. Let's forget COVID, and I will talk a little bit about COVID, which is a historical moment in my life and in the industry's history. It was something when we did not know what to do. Imagine I was elected 1 year before I started my work, and COVID started, and no tourism, and you are Secretary General of UN Tourism. So what you will do? What we will do, we did together, we created a crisis management committee where, again, His Excellency was the part and one of the main player and advisor. And we started talking to see nice showcases how governments and countries are managing these horrible days. Same is in Eurocamp period, same in the earthquake periods, same kind of challenges we have during the wars and other natural or non-natural disasters. So this center will be the place, brain, I don't know, university, think tank, call it however you want, which will give first the right communication to the countries or member states. Second, will support to recover fast from the shock, because these are all shocks we are talking about. And yesterday I was very aligned, and I was surprised how Prime Minister he has an excellent vision about resilience and about tourism and about everything, but he's very supportive, and he gave us blessing to continue what was founded, by the way, and Minister Bartlett, he was talking about this issue 10 years ago, not today and not yesterday. And he made it, and he created, and here we are to support, to invest, to help, to create a fund. We were talking now at the stage to create a fund of resilience, to support member states in the shock situation, because nobody knows what will happen tomorrow, and we have to be ready. And readiness will be one of the most important part of this center to support countries. So I thank you for your leadership, dear Minister. It's crucial, it's unique worldwide. And I'm sure that all of us, we are here to support you, your ideas, and to help to other people, other countries, other nations to recover fast from these shocks and crisis moments. I hope, and God will listen me, that it will not happen. But unfortunately, it's happening many times. I want to welcome all ministers, all delegates again, ambassadors, Minister Dina. Everything is digital now. In tourism, you can't, only my father who is printing the tickets to flight, but the rest, everything became digital, and digitalization is a very important part of tourism, and thank you for your presence. Welcome, Nicole. Belize is last member of UNWTO. We have minister from Cayman Islands, and Tomorrow, it's Saturday. On Monday, I'm expecting the Cayman Islands will become new member of UNWTO, UN Tourism. Thank you, Minister, to be with us. And all of participants, I don't want to miss anyone. And have a nice, fruitful, successful meetings, meet new people, new opportunities in education, in investments, in businesses, and count on our full support from UN Tourism. And very happy again to be and to participate in this very important days and forum or conference, which is happening here in this beautiful place. Enjoy Jamaica. Let's be together and all will be all right. Thank you.
One love, one love, one love. Thank you so much, Secretary General, for UN Tourism. All right, so I know that we are a little late in our start, so I will give you 8 minutes of a coffee break. 8 minutes. All right? Because we're looking forward to starting our panels momentarily, looking forward to building tourism infrastructure, resilience, digital tourism resilience, women in tourism resilience. No, is it no? Okay. Sorry, hold that 8 minutes. Don't leave. I'm watching you. We have some entertainment, then you have 8 minutes, Mr. Russell, of a coffee break. I'm watching you. Thank you.
I think that you must forgive us a little bit. We were remiss in not recognizing 2 particular persons who are here with us and are very important to tourism governance in the region and in Jamaica. And that's the president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association, Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. Nicola, would you stand so everybody sees her? And the president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Robin Russell. Thank you. Thank you.
And we have to brag, he's one of our own. He's in tourism at one of our public bodies. Thank you so much, Daniel. All right, so officially, the opening has ended, and you now have your 8-minute coffee break. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We'll be starting in 2 minutes, so we're kind of asking everybody on the outside to take your seats, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask everybody to take their seats because we're ready to begin. No, I don't think this is your panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had a wonderful morning session which set the tone for us to roll up our sleeves and get to work. So, as the moderator for the first panel discussion, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues from across the region and across the world, welcome to this year's World Tourism Resilience Conference, where we will delve into the pivotal theme of discussing tourism resilience and the importance of tourism resilience from a digital standpoint. As we gather, both here, persons who are here in person, but also persons who are joining remotely, we stand united in the commitment to harness the power of digital innovation to not only navigate the challenges before us, but also to unlock the vast potential of tourism in fostering sustainable development and cultural exchange. In recent years, we've witnessed an unprecedented acceleration in digital transformation, reshaping the way we live, work, and travel. For developing states, digitalization offers a beacon of hope, an array of opportunities to revitalize tourism, enhance competitiveness, and ensure socioeconomic sustainability. It is a tool for empowerment and a means to bridge gaps and a pathway to resilience. So as we embark on the discussion today, we explore how digital platforms can democratize access to tourism markets, how data analytics can provide insights for better decision-making, and how technology can enhance visitor experiences while preserving our cultural heritage and natural environments. Our discussions will not only focus on the challenges, but also celebrate the successes and share best practices that can inspire and adapt us across different worlds. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled a very distinguished panel. As a matter of fact, some of the best minds that can discuss this topic. And just by way of protocol, each of the presenters are going to be given 7 minutes to give their opening remarks, and after which we will have a panel discussion, at the end of which we will also invite the audience to ask some questions so that they can get more clarity around. So we're going to begin the opening remarks, beginning with our Honorable Minister, the Honorable Dana Morrison-Dixon, who is the Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, with specific responsibility for skills and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Minister.
Good morning, everyone. And I noticed he said 7.5 minutes. I was told 15, and I'm a politician. We usually take a lot of license in the time that we're given to speak, and I will try to use it. You know, today's not the easiest day for many of us to be here. You know, there is a campaign that is very live and that we're all expected to be on the campaign trail, but when Minister Bartlett asks you to be somewhere, you go. And so since Minister Ed Bartlett asked me to be here, I am here, and I want to acknowledge him even though he's not in the room, and I want to acknowledge His Excellency Zurab Polo Kishkashvili, I think I got it half right, Secretary General of UN Tourism, and all the other specially invited guests or ministers who are here from Cayman and also from Brazil. Good morning to you all. Now I wanted to start with a little story about something that happened recently. I was in Slovenia for an artificial intelligence event put on by UNESCO, where we're talking about the ethics of artificial intelligence, and I was speaking there and bringing the small country perspective to AI and AI governance globally. And the day that I was leaving, there was no flight in the morning, so I had to take an afternoon flight, and I took the opportunity to visit one of their sites, and it was the Postoina cave that I went to visit. And while I was there were two things that stood out. One was, while I was waiting to go into their cave, I heard Bob Marley playing on the radio. And I said, that must be because I'm here. So that was one thing that stood out. The other thing that really stood out for me was some students who were doing the tour with me, and they were studying sustainable tourism. And as we were in the beautiful caves, they said, should we really be having tourists in here? Aren't we damaging the natural environment? And of course, you know, I overhear that, and as a former teacher and university lecturer, I had to engage them in conversation about it. And what we spoke about, me and the tour guide now became teachers, we spoke to the fact that, you know, only 10% of the cave system was being used for tourism, and the rest of it was for science. And so a lot of it was actually preserved. And that's how you're able to still have tourism while not damaging the entire ecosystem. And so we were talking about what they were learning and trying to understand how we can truly make tourism sustainable. And I was happy with that conversation, even though it was in a completely different continent where we were talking about tourism, and I was talking to young people, because I really do believe that our young people get it. and they're asking the right questions, and that's why I'm happy to see our students here in the audience today, because they get it. Resilience, which is the topic, and AI and artificial intelligence and all of the technology aspects which I've been asked to speak about, are really important. And I think it's really, we see it every day when we talk about tourism and Jamaica, how good Jamaica was during COVID-19. But as I watched at that point from the private sector, there were some things that stood out to me as some of the key elements of our resilience in Jamaica. And for me, one of them was leadership. The leadership of someone like Edmund Bartlett, who said, let's figure it out. The community spirit. There were many different task forces where there were different people who were asked to contribute. I remember being in the financial sector and asked if I could help on one of the COVID resilience committees, and I said yes at that time. That spirit of consensus building where every partner and everybody in the industry, outside the industry, worked together. It came from this deep understanding of the sector and the issues, because you cannot be resilient and have resilient responses if you do not have that deep understanding of the sector and how it works. And of course, the ability to predict what will happen and what your actions will lead to was very important. And for me, the key element that made us the most resilient of countries was execution. Because you can have all these beautiful plans, but we were able to execute it. And our members in the tourism sector were fantastic in that. So when we talk about some of the issues that we're facing, climate change, we talk about it so much. We're islands, especially in the Caribbean, where rising sea levels, extreme weather events, changing ecosystems, and these threats are ongoing. These are threats that will get worse over time. And these events not only cause immediate disruption to tourism, but also require substantial resources for the recovery and rebuilding, which diverts funds from other areas. Another one that I grapple with every day in my portfolio is cybersecurity. And that's a key challenge. And the tourism industry is the home to some of the most sought after data. And I can say for everyone here who has anything to do with tourism, your entity is under attack as we speak by cyber criminals. I can guarantee you that. They are trying every day to infiltrate private businesses, government entities. We see it every day. Our team that is looking at Jamaica and looking at the attacks on Jamaica, we see it all the time. And so it's an area that we have to build into our thinking about resilience in the tourism sector. And a cyber attack, as we know, can severely damage our reputation and impact our image in the eyes of our customers. News of a breach can lead to a loss of trust among current and potential customers. And so that's a key area. But what are we doing? And given that I have skills and digital, I'll show you what we're doing in Jamaica and linking both of them together. The Hart College of Hospitality Services, and I know that Janet Dyer is here. There she is. She runs this entity and has been one that has driven it for a long time. And that is our key center for training in the tourism industry. And so the Hart College of Hospitality Services has taken on the challenge of developing and implementing the Center of Excellence in Culinary Arts and Gastronomy, which aims to promote the art and science of preparing and serving food using indigenous Jamaican products, while training Jamaicans in the cultural norms relating to food gastronomy. And so the Research and Development STEAM Lab, we actually have a STEAM Lab at our Center for Hospitality Training. So it's STEAM in terms of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we opened a STEAM Lab in February last year. And for us, that is a signal that even in how we teach food and gastronomy, that technology is becoming even more important, even from the food printers. I know a lot of people don't even know what's a food printer, but we are using food printers in our program and having our students understanding the various technologies and cooking technology that is used, because we recognize that in building a resilient tourism sector, we also have to have students who understand where the future is going and have access to the best technology that there is. So it's not usual to see a STEAM lab in a hospitality school, but we're doing it because of that understanding. We also have the Cardiff Hotel and Spa, which is a training institution attached to our hospitality service college, which basically teaches what a real hotel looks like. And you can go there, you can get food, you can stay the night, you can have the spa services, but everything is students. And at that entity, we've been able to win the 2022 Green Globe Gold Advanced Certification Award. Now, this award is given to hotels and resorts that demonstrate a commitment to sustainable practices and environmental responsibility. But this is not just recent. From 2003, the Cardiff Hotel became the first Green Globe certified hotel with a training college attached to it. So we've been leading the way with sustainability for a long time, and I have to congratulate the team that is here. And so it's not just today. So you heard that Minister Bartlett was talking about resilience and sustainability for a long time. We've also been doing it even in how we have our skills training. Because what I want to say to you is that when you think of resilience, there are many facets to it. And we have to concentrate on all of the facets. So on the skills side, even though this is a technology panel, the skills element and incorporating technology into our skills training is important, because we need to have the workforce to continue on this resilience train. And also resilience looks back also at construction. How do we construct our hotels in a sustainable manner? So in our training programs for construction, we have moved to green construction and using green technology and teaching that, because we recognize that in order for us to build in a resilient manner, cognizant of what is happening with climate change, we have to do so using new technology and using green technology. And so our new programs in construction are all green construction programs and also technology embedded in them. In terms of agriculture, our first agricultural center that uses robotics was built in St. Elizabeth. Our only robotics program is in St. Elizabeth, which in many people would think, why there? That's a farming community. But it's because we understood that in order for us to have food security, that we have to look at new techniques around agriculture. So the young farmers are learning how to use robotics as a part of farming in the future. They're understanding much more about rainwater harvesting. They're understanding how to use all of the technology from the probes and all of the other digital technology that we use in agriculture, because we understand that in order for us to have food security, which is a key element of tourism resilience, that we have to have farmers who understand how to use technology. In the AI area, we have an artificial intelligence task force, and one of the members is here. And we are looking at how we can harness artificial intelligence across all of our sectors. When we are teaching our hospitality students in back office operations, they're now starting to learn artificial intelligence and how they can use it and the programs they can use in the tourism sector. In our universities, we're having artificial intelligence AI hackathons, to solve government problems, including tourism. And so our students are starting to think about these things from early, because we truly believe that for us, we have to become creators of the technology and not just consumers of the technology. Jamaica is a leading entity in tourism. And so we have to be leaders in the development of the technology around tourism, and the government sees that as a key priority. So there are many things that we're doing around this area of resilience, and I take it much further than maybe our host would have wanted me to take it, because I do believe that resilience and technology needs to be embedded in every single element of the supply chain that is tourism. And in order for us to do that, it starts with the skills that we impart for our labor force, because that's the team that's going to be taking us forward in terms of building the resilient systems that we need. And so when we are focusing on tourism, and in my own work, the work we're doing in building a more robust cyber framework for Jamaica through the help of the US government and also with the Inter-American Development Bank is critical, because it means we can better protect our tourism entities and also our government entities. The new e-gates that we see at the airport, where we're bringing technology to the immigration process, is also a part of that. And we're incorporating digital in everything that we do. And I know that I am out of time, and so I'm just going to note that you have a really great panel up here, and they're the experts. My role is really on the policy side, but there's a lot of opportunity in technology for us. And we have to embrace the technology, whether it's in social media or developing new hotel management systems. It is important that we harness it. And artificial intelligence is especially important to me, both locally and on the global stage, because I believe that this technology can be of very good value to us and our development and the development of the tourism sector and the resilience embedded in it that is necessary. And so we are working as hard as possible to harness the technology and harness the human capital that is required for us to move forward. And I thank you, and I will end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I've worked with ministers long enough to know, but she's doing some amazing work, so we have to support her. Just by way of efficiency and making sure that we're aware of the time constraints, I'm just going to introduce quickly and give the titles of the rest of the panelists, and I'll indicate when they'll speak. Natalia Bayona is the Executive Director of the UN Tourism, and she's coming up next. Natalia, ready? We also have with us Mr. Devon Bryan, who is the Chief Information Officer for Carnival, Mr. Cordell Green, who is the Vice Chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, the IFAP, and he's also the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission. We have Ambassador Dushyant Savidio. He's the founder and CEO of Amber Group, and Dr. Luz Longsworth is the Senior Corporate Director of Sandals Corporate University. And my very good friend, Dr. Kerry Wallace, is the Executive Director for the Tourism Enhancement Fund. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Natalia Bayona, Executive Director for the UN Tourism.
Good morning to everyone. So, it's my pleasure to be here today speaking about digitalization. So basically, what are the main drivers for resilience? And to me, there's no doubt that through technology is the only way where we can preserve our destinations and, of course, our tourism sector. So let's talk a little bit about the data that we have in UN tourism to understand why technology is really key in resilience. First of all, I don't know if you know, but during COVID times, The only indicator that maintained stable was investing in technology and startups. And of course, if we see the pipeline of investments, since 2015, the tourism sector has been experiencing a booming when it comes to investment in technology, in new ventures. And of course, last year, there was a historic event. PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, bought Al Musafir, the airline. So we are seeing that in the emerging markets, governments are investing in tourism technology through their public funds. And that's incredible because, again, it's a matter where facts are seeing that the startups are there to support the uncertainty and the different challenges that we have in the sector. So when it comes to venture capital, as I was mentioning before, $48 billion have been invested in tourism technology for the last 5 years. 27% were invested as a record year during the pandemic. So, of course, when you see this is really crucial to us. The map is really concentrated when it comes to technology and digitalization. North America, by far, is the most important investor in technology and is the most important developer in tourism technology. Then we have Asia and the Pacific, because of course China is investing there in every single thing to promote entrepreneurs in tourism. And then, of course, Europe. But Latin America and the Caribbean is almost invisible. 0.8% of the technology is invested here. So there's a lot to do. Because as the minister was saying, this is one of the youth destinations of the world, Latin America, the Caribbean. And we have a lot to do in terms of how these new technologies can help the sector. We see that when it comes to the unicorns of the sector, again, the US is leading the way by far, with more than 4 of the 6 top unicorns in tourism in the world. The second one is India. And when you see the changes in the market when it comes to investments in technology, 10 years ago, investors thought that tourism was a family business sector. So they thought that investing in startups was something about friends and family. And it was only to create seed entrepreneurs. Today, if you see, it's quite the opposite. 10 years after, tourism technology has been booming, and 60% of the investments in venture capital goes to mature entrepreneurs. So the sector in terms of technology has been not only maturing itself, but also is giving signals of confidence when it comes to the development of new technologies. And when we see where are the key technologies in tourism, by far, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, blockchain, clean tech, green tech, and health tech are guiding the way of tourism. So if we cross the technologies with resilience, of course, green tech and clean tech has a lot to do when it comes to natural disasters. Artificial intelligence has a lot to say when it comes to training people and to predict models in order to help sustainable tourism, to assure the capacity of the destinations, to assure what is the marketing strategies that we need in order to create better destinations and more responsible destinations. Augmented and virtual reality are crucial to promote towns, to promote rural areas that, of course, they don't have the traditional budget to spend and to promote their destinations in the traditional media. So through augmented reality, the towns and the rural areas have seen solutions to bring the destinations closer to the world. So at the end of the day, the best deals or the best investments in the world when it comes to tourism are aligned with solving the problems that we have as a sector. And the key players, if you see, is really interesting, because when you see who are those key investors in tourism technology, is not the business itself. Google, Amazon, MasterCard, that are not tourism entrepreneurs, or they are not directly part of the tourism sector, are the biggest investors of tourism technology, because they have seen that tourism is a strong business for them. So using the data, as I was mentioning, using Google Maps or Google technologies in order to promote destinations, Amazon with e-commerce, that's part. Tourism is part of their business today. So part of what we have to do is to understand that tourism technology goes not only to hotels, to restaurants, to the hospitality sector, it also goes in the connection with the biggest tech companies in the world. From these 5, the only one that is from tourism is Amadeus. The rest of them are big tech companies that are connected with the sector. And if we see, every single country that is leading the way in tourism is creating, of course, their own accelerators, their own hubs, as the minister was mentioning before, to have there, to empower youth, to empower students, to give them the tools to create different technologies that can help in order to be ready before a disaster comes, before a pandemic comes. And the universities, by far, and here we have Luz, yesterday we were discussing with them, because the private sector now is more than keen to invest in people, to invest in the sector, because we all know that this sector won't be sustainable if our workforce is not trained, if our workforce doesn't have the digital tools to promote solutions. So more than ever, part of the movement that we see in UN Tourism is that tourism and technology has been empowered since the universities in order to help youth, and these solutions are connected with the private sector, with Sandals, Iberostar is here as well, and all of them know that together we need to create these solutions with the youth in order to support the different things that we do. So I would like to be brief because of the time that we have, so I just wanted to give you some facts and figures of what we see in UN Tourism, but basically, to wrap up this intervention, first of all, in UN Tourism, we believe that the present of tourism is youth empowerment, and that youth empowerment needs to be connected to technology. Technology is here as a key driver of helping tourism to solve different problems. And that's why in UN Tourism we have here CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, with whom we launched 1 month ago a challenge for startups and for entrepreneurs in order to bring solutions focused on biodiversity, on sustainability, on preserving heritage, because at the end of the day, those solutions will help us to promote better the destinations, to give seed funding to those solutions, and of course, to work together in order to be prepared for every single thing that we do in this sector. So I just wanted to give these facts and figures to start the discussions with all the colleagues. So I guess, my dearest moderator, the floor is yours again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. When I thought about this topic and that word resilience, I landed at sustainability. That has to be the purpose of any conversation predicated on the notion of resilience. And sustainability is about long-termism. Thinking in the long term, thinking about decisions that are made responsibly when we prioritize social, economic, and our environmental responsibilities over short-term gains. I start there because, as the last speaker said, and the minister before, exponential technologies, in particular artificial intelligence, are transformational. They're changing all the operating systems in the society, and tourism and travel, hospitality are no exceptions. So if we think about artificial intelligence applied to the experience of tourism, for example, we know that one of the transformational outcomes could be personalized experiences. As the last speaker said, you combine artificial intelligence with virtual reality and augmented reality, and you have augmented experiences. But I think it's important, as we think about sustainability, to ensure that we strike the right balance. To me, tourism is about people, and it's about the environment, and it's about real experiences. Synthetic experiences can augment those real experiences. But I really think sustainability is a pipe dream if we lose sight of human centrality, that human has to be in the center. So we anthropomorphize our devices, we call them smart, but I think when we're thinking about sustainability, we have to remember that it's not the technology that should be at the center, but people. In that regard, I think it's important, as we devise sustainability strategies, to take guidance from some significant instruments that have recently emerged. One of them is the United Nations Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. And I love the fact that the UN Secretary General's roadmap emphasizes three principles that go to the core of what I just said about human centricity. The first principle, and he was being specific now to artificial intelligence, but this is applicable to all forms of digital technology. He says AI should be governed inclusively, by and for the benefit of all. And out of an abundance of caution, lest that escapes us, the second principle is that AI must be governed in the public interest, not just private interests, and anchored in the United Nations Charter, international human rights law, and other agreed international commitments such as the Sustainable Development Goals. Then we also have another instrument which I think we need to embed in our design of sustainability strategies, and that is the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. It says ethics, but it talks about ethics because ethics undergirds any initiative that is designed to achieve sustainability. But the recommendations, they are not sort of narrow philosophical, ethical considerations. I'm making that point because sometimes you mention ethics and people sort of go off and say, well, that's for philosophers. I want to pull out of the UNESCO recommendation 3 policy areas that touch and concern this question of sustainability. The first is the policy area addressing environment and ecosystems. The recommendation states that government should develop and adopt AI-powered solutions for disaster risk resilience, monitoring, protection, regeneration of the environment and ecosystems, and the preservation of the planet. Pure ethics in design, simplicity. It gives examples specific to AI systems for supporting the protection, monitoring, and management of natural resources, supporting the prediction, prevention, control, and mitigation of climate-related problems, key for small island developing states such as Jamaica. And there are other examples. There is a policy area dealing with culture, because if we're talking about people and the environment, culture is central to that discussion about in the context of sustainability. The recommendation emphasizes the importance of incorporating AI systems and other forms of digital technologies in the preservation of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And then the last policy area I wish to mention is that addressing the economy and labor. The recommendation says when integrating artificial intelligence systems, it is emphasized that governments and business enterprises should assess and address the impact of AI systems on labor markets and the implications for educational requirements. I raise this because I believe it is key that we integrate these policy actions and instruments in any design around tourism resilience. Perhaps I could close with just one or two other thoughts. The first is we shouldn't fall in the trap of thinking, particularly about artificial intelligence, that it is a finished subject. The AI we're talking about now doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best form of systems design. We have to think about weaknesses in the current system design that undermine our own human experiences, such as our democratic traditions that are important to tourism sustainability in the areas in which we live. So that, for example, disinformation, misinformation, deep fakes, those are not out in another paradigm removed from tourism, because illegal robocalls and fake news could be as destructive to the reputation of a vulnerable tourism destination as Jamaica in no less a way than we are concerned about its impact on Taylor Swift. So the other thing is that when we think about these technologies, and I am emphasizing AI, in some contexts, it will be a tool, in other contexts, a partner, in other contexts, a substitute. I think substitution should be the last outcome, that we should collectively work to mitigate and militate against substitution and emphasize partnership and AI and digital technologies as a tool. I say this to say in conclusion, in tourism, which is people-centered and people-powered, the exploitation of any technology should be with a view to leading to an outcome that minimizes loss of jobs, prioritizes supporting workers to be better workers, particularly those at the bottom and those who do onerous work. So let's not automate away people. Let us automate to deepen, strengthen the flourishing of human beings. Those who are working very hard now in tourism, the message should be your work and your burden is going to be lessened so that as a human being, you enjoy from your soul the role you play in tourism. And that looking forward, what you see is prosperity, not loss of a job. How great it would be if after this transformation with artificial intelligence, the average tourist worker could look forward to taking a vacation in the places they work because of how transformational artificial intelligence is. So, if at the end of the day we fail to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and artificial intelligence advances, that can't be for the benefit of human beings. That would be antithetical to sustainability. So the call to action is use the technologies, make sure that there is human centrality in the process of transformation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're pressed for time, so we're going to change up the format just slightly so we can get, because I want to get in some questions to make sure that the panelists can address some of the concerns that the audience may have as it relates to this. At this time, I'm going to invite Ambassador Dushan Savadia to just come and make his 2-minute remark.
Good morning. No. I'm sure we all had breakfast. Good morning. Okay, now seems like we did have some good breakfast. My name is Dushan Savadia. I'm the founder and CEO of the Amber Group. It's one of the largest technology conglomerate in the Caribbean. And after having listened to my esteemed colleagues, I'm out of words already. And the sad part is that I lack confidence on the days when I don't have a great hairdo. But let's get back to the topic. We want to talk about resilience, tourism resilience, and sustainability. Both resilience and sustainability is possible when you have revenue. It's the bottom line of everything across every country. What are we striving for? You want to build great resilience, how to fight across every single natural disasters that can hit us. Competition can hit us with great, wonderful products from all over the world. You will have all sorts of challenges and all sorts of problems. But we also know that at the end of the day, what solves most of the problem is also focusing on revenue, which actually builds all the necessary infrastructure, builds all the necessary tools that we need to create sustainable tourism, create sustainable and resilient tourism for life for each countries. To talk specific for Jamaica, I think I don't want to give you a broad brushstroke, but I want to zone down into what, in my view, in fact, I didn't even know we had 7 minutes to speak individually. I thought we were supposed to just sit in the panel and talk. So I quickly jotted down some notes, in my view, what we need to do. So we first understand that resilience, sustainability, both can come when you have money in the bank. You need revenues to fund whatever you require for sustainability and whatever you require for resilience. And revenues come from where? From becoming extremely customer-centric, giving the connected experience that when you leave Jamaica, you think, wow, I want to come back here again. And I did meet, as Amber Group, we operate in 100 countries all over the world. I met one of the largest investment firm in the world in South Africa. And when I was sitting there with, I won't name them, when I was sitting there with them, I said, you know, I'm based out of Jamaica. My headquarters of the Amber Group is Caribbean in Jamaica. And he said, Dushyant, you know what? I actually did my honeymoon in Jamaica 20 years ago. And I want to go back to Jamaica again. And this is one of the largest investment firm in the world. Want to come back to Jamaica and explore what we can do here with them to improve our economy. But again, like I said, customer experience is all everything boils down to. Good customer experience brings good people, good consumers, good revenue streams that then gives rise to all the great plans that we have around how to build further resilience in the country, how to build further sustainabilities that we want to create. Now, in my view, talking about technology, I think there are a lot of possibilities that we have explored, a lot of things we've done, a lot of things we're halfway through ahead of the rest of the Caribbean, rest of the world, and completed some of the tasks which you would imagine. So I want to zone down in the next 2 minutes to what I think is necessary from digitalizing the tourism economy for Jamaica. Let me start with digital marketing and promotion, and my good colleague here spoke about AI. Digital marketing and search engine optimizations, all of these promotions have become so automated these days. You don't even need people sitting actually creating stuff for you. It takes days to create a video, take days to create something that you can post and show to the world, sponsored ads, etc., etc. This social media has made it very easy for us to communicate what we are and what we have. So one, I think for resilience, for continuity of sustainability, one is a heavy focus on digital marketing and promotion. We've got JAMPRO, we've got Jamaica Tourism Board. Both of them are heavy-hitting institutions that are promoting Jamaica at a lightning speed that people, no matter where you go, and I've traveled nearly 70 countries myself, and I represent Jamaica in 70 countries for my own businesses. I never say I'm from Dubai or from India or I'm a British citizen, but I am a Jamaican citizen, and when I say it's Jamaica, their eyes pop up. Bob Marley, man, Bob Marley. That's our identity globally. It's interesting. How do we capitalize this identity? How do we get the word out that Jamaica is ready for business? So digital marketing and promotion is one. Second, Minister, I think where we're still a little short and need solid improvement is online platforms in Jamaica. Not every hotel, not every institution, not every food chain, not every restaurant. There's so much required still for us to fully digitalize Jamaica. So when I'm visiting Jamaica as a tourist, I just go into a single app. What do I want to eat? I want to eat sushi. I'll give you 60 options to buy sushi from your app right now. So I think the online platforms for all the services, whether it is tourism services, whether it is restaurant services, no matter what it is, whether it's a taxi booking, everything have to step up and make it a lot more easier for the consumers to consume what we have to offer. Third, virtual tours and experiences, Minister, is becoming such a huge thing all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago, and they actually built, and we actually have started building it ourselves inside Amber Group for Jamaica as a pilot, where we're looking at building a whole VR-based digital Jamaica, where a tourist, if he wants to climb the Duns River Fall, can actually climb virtually as an avatar. They can walk inside the Sandals hotel. Look at the room. How does the guest suite look like? How is the restaurant looking like? Giving a virtual experience before they come is the next big thing happening. As it's, you know, you've got VR from Meta. Apple just launched their very expensive $3,600 device. So VR is becoming the future of knowing where to go and what to do. So we need to catch up on that trail in terms of virtual tours and experiences. Fourth, mobile applications. We still, in Jamaica, have a lot of scope in improving mobile applications, and those which exist also need upgrades to create that whole digital experience. Why can I not sit in my room? Why do I need to make a phone call and go through a call center and answer so many questions what I want to eat? Why can't I just open the app inside the hotel and order what I want to, and the food comes to my door in 30 minutes? And it sends me a ping also, the food is almost on its way. Somebody's like Uber. Right? There's so many advances that we can make to change the customer experience. Then let me go into one of my favorite subjects, data analytics and insights. We've got data for who's coming in and who's leaving when. How do we capitalize that data to understand what the customer experienced, what they missed out experiencing on this particular trip, and what are their interests? Do they have kids? So do we need more things for kids to do? Do we need a big water park? What do we need? So all this data analytics will assist us in understanding the psychology of the customers visiting and leaving and re-engaging them to come back. We all know that a returning customer is a lot cheaper than acquiring a new customer. Yes? A returning customer is 1/3 of the cost to acquire a new customer. So how do we engage all these patrons who are coming to Jamaica? They love Jamaica the first time. They decided to come here, and most of them, I also came as, that's another story, but I also came to Jamaica just as a humanitarian, and I decided to make this home and build businesses and donate most of my profits back to charity in Jamaica. But anybody who comes here has fallen in love with this land. There is something so touching about this place that we still haven't really capitalized fully. Then online reputation management. We know it's a problem globally. No country is spared in the world. Forget about America, or forget about Jamaica, forget about Europe, forget about India. Every country is suffering some sort of onslaught of online reputation issues, where somebody's blogging something of a little experience they had. If I bump my head when I'm coming out of the helicopter, the next day news is maybe I've gone wankers. I don't understand what's happening. I'm gone crazy. It's incredible what is happening in the online space, where a lot of information is coming in and creating a lot of distraction from the actual experience of what exists, which is majority of it. So even from the tourism resilience purposes, we need to learn how to do online reputation management for our own countries across the world. And there are so many AI tools now to suppress all this negative information, to get them to be removed from specific areas where they are misrepresenting the facts. We've got a lot of good in the world that we don't want to sing about. And I think that is where we as a country have to become a lot more resilient and very, very focused in creating better online reputation management in terms of how do we do this. And then smart destination management. It's a new term which talks about improving infrastructure across every single services we have. If we go to a venue, which is, let's say, Duns River Park, was my favorite. I'm going there tomorrow morning. If I climb the Duns River, if I get there, is the infrastructure okay for me to get through the lines quickly? is everything in place so that it's a smooth experience for me to get through all these layers, go enjoy what I really came for? The frustrations come, and you know that, sir, that frustrations come when you have to sit in a long line and wait, and when by the time you get to the experience, you're out of the experience. So building better smart destination management, more ability to create better technologies, better ticketing systems, better QR coding where you just scan and go inside, and just ease of convenience is what attracts more people to come back. Eighth, I've got only 10. Eighth is contactless payments and transactions. And of course, the government of Jamaica lately have pushed Jamdex so hard. We're pushing so many digital different solutions into the market at the same time. Every hotel now is ranking up in their numbers in terms of creating a lot more convenient way of paying. But even when I get into a taxi, and we are speaking to all these industries now where we're going to bring QR codes inside the taxis, we're going to bring all this convenience so the customers don't have to worry about carrying cash or worrying about if they have everything or not. Just the smartphone is enough to transact in Jamaica in the next 1-2 years. This will happen. There is no choice. And I can tell you, there are a lot of big institutions like Kerry, my friend here, and everybody going behind all of this to make this happen. Then you also have virtual events. Jamaica, not everybody can come here, but we can take Jamaica to the whole world. So creating more and more virtual engagements out of Jamaica, promoting those virtual engagements. We've got some very, very, very talented musicians and singers, and we're a land of music, we're a land of joy, we're a land of inspiration. How can we take this to the whole world? Why the world needs to come here? We can still earn revenues in Jamaica, bringing the world to Jamaica virtually too, not just physically. And then, of course, the last but not the least, my favorite, is training and capacity building in technology. 3 years ago, the Amber Group started the Amber Heart Academy, which is under Minister's portfolio. It's one of the largest institutions that provides skills training in Jamaica. 3 years ago, I started the Coding Academy in Jamaica, the first coding institute in Jamaica with Heart. We fully sponsor the kids from age 18 to 35. They come onto the campus, they study on campus free of cost, they live on campus, their accommodation, their food, their laptops, their education, everything is funded between Heart and the Amber Group. And in 1 year, we qualified them with certifications for software developers. And we only last week graduated another 88. We have nearly 500 students studying there. And we also have many of the hospitality students right here from Heart as well. So the whole institution is now focused on building more candidates, building better quality resources within the country to serve our guests to Jamaica. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is supposed to be a 3-minute run through what was a 7-minute plan, which I promise you will be quite short. I'm going to focus for my few minutes on the use of technology in capacity building and education. So thank you for the introduction, because that is where we are focused in Sandals Corporate University. And just quickly to let you know that Sandals Corporate University is an institution built within Sandals to educate, to train, to build the capacity of all 18,000 team members across the region. It is an unusual entity, but it is moving in leaps and bounds. And I just want to do 2 sort of case studies for you today as to how the Sandals Corporate University's use of technology had helped to build resilience and recovery, particularly after the pandemic, and how we are now using the technology moving forward. So we know that we had job losses after COVID, but we also know that the Caribbean really recovered quite quickly. And in the case of Sandals, Sandals was the first resort to reopen during the pandemic in June 2020. And that was an amazing feat. And what really allowed us to do that was the fact that prior to the pandemic, we had instituted a learning management system which linked all of our team members across the region in 8 different countries. During the pandemic, we utilized that learning management system to prepare our team members to return to the resort. Of course, we did a lot of other great things like keeping our permanent staff on with reduced pay, keeping health and life insurance. But the key thing for us, from our perspective, was their ability to continue their skills training while they were at home. And this was also seen in the work that was done by my dear friend, Carol Rose Brown at the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, in ensuring that using the technology, we could keep especially our young people engaged and still excited, and that the industry had not died as many people were predicting. So I'm going to share 2 cases with you. We utilized our platform, Cornerstone, and we created a program called the Sandals Platinum Protocol. The Sandals Platinum Protocol of Cleanliness was an online program, and the requirement was that team members had to do it before being able to come back onto the resort. And these protocols dealt with all areas of our cleanliness, our sanitization, as well as the protocols of serving guests, wearing masks, and so on at all levels. 10,500 team members trained virtually in a country where in countries where we say that we are technology fearful. We did not find that. We found that 75% of our team members trained on that, and they got certified. And each resort had to have team members certified before they could reopen. What did this do? One, it gave confidence and comfort to both the team member and the returning guests, because we could show our guests who were worried about what was the protocol, what was the safetiness here, that they were in safe hands, that we had taken all precautions to ensure that our team members, our resorts, were safe and ready for them. It also comforted the team members that they were safe, that they could come back, and that our company would take care of them. And they dug in there. During the shutdown, while people were on layoffs or on part-time, we had 32,000 learning items completed by team members during that period of 4 to 6 months. And that again kept them engaged. It kept them upgrading their skills. It kept them in the business. So when we reopened, we were not, like many people, as low in our returning team members as some of the other properties, because we kept them engaged and focusing on their skills. So the online platform, I know our students know this, those who had to study during COVID, was really a part of building that resilience using the technology. But my final point is, what of the future? We've heard a lot about AI, AR, VR. The truth is the technology is in service of the human being, because the industry is about hospitality, it's about touch, it's about touching lives. But let's not be afraid of using the technology to enhance our skills in how to touch lives, in how to do things better. So what we are doing in our corporate university is using hybrid approaches. So you see the traditional classroom, but we're also utilizing a platform called Eon Reality that our moderator knows very well, that is training our team members. And that picture is somebody who is learning knife skills, how to cut meat using augmented reality. The truth is, we have to recognize that if we're going to scale up our tourism product, if we're going to remain at the cutting edge of all of the skill sets, it has to be a multi-mode approach, but the technology, particularly for small states, where it is very difficult perhaps to find the personnel, the trained staff to do this kind of training face-to-face, this technology can bring it to your team members. You can have one master trainer in one country and team members across the region or across your country learning from that same trainer. So we have to harness the tools of AR, VR, and AI for the benefit of the training and development of our team members. And it has been shown that learning is 40% more effective utilizing these immersive technologies than it is in the classroom. Right, students? Don't you would rather do something that's exciting, you know, rather than sort of sit and listen to me talk all day? Wouldn't you? I knew it, yes. I've been teaching for a long time. So the opportunities that are there for us, though, is that we can develop our own solutions for our region. Right now, we're buying a lot of off-the-shelf things, but I'm so happy that we're doing that development with our young people because we need to customize solutions for our region. We have new tools, we have AI solutions, and we have to train our own people to develop for our industry. The challenge is still the relatively high cost of internet, because while we're able to train our team members, many of them do not have access in their communities when they go home. And we really need to work very, very closely with the providers of the digital services to increase bandwidth. If you're doing AR and VR, you need more bandwidth than text. And of course, the cybersecurity issues, Minister spoke about that, and we really have to take, you know, a lot of care with that. So I guess my point is a little bit of a quotation. AI and digital technologies won't replace humans, at least not for now. But humans using AI and digital technologies are going to replace humans not using them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. I was told I had 10 minutes before coming on the stage. When I got on the stage, they said it was 7. While the other speakers were speaking, ATIF came to me and said it's down to 3. And so more speakers spoke, so I really believe I'm like at minus 10 right now. Nevertheless, I wanted to speak about how we have used in the TEF digital technologies to ensure the resilience of the tourism sector. As Minister Bartlett spoke earlier, we are a series of moving parts. There are so many facets of our experience that have to come together to create what we call a tourism experience. And using the advancements in technologies to make all those moving parts better. The whole tide is what we're lifting with technology, and we're making more resilient with technology. Therefore, Jamaica as a tourism destination, in our case, becomes better and more resilient. One of the examples I'll use is what we call the Caribbean dilemma of having world-class hotels coming in, 1,000-room properties, and then they need to be supplied by a developing support sector, developing manufacturing sector, developing agricultural sector, to be able to, they're accustomed to supplying pickup loads of produce, and these hotels are demanding container loads of produce. How do we bridge that gap? Our Minister Edmund Bartlett, in his brilliance, created the Tourism Linkages Network that resides in my agency, that now has that responsibility of creating that bridge, linking our suppliers. Here's Jamaica's problem. We don't have many large farmers. We have 200,000 small farmers. How can we use digital technologies to still make that work? I introduced to you Agri-Linkages Exchange, ALEX for short. That's an app that we developed, an online digital platform that links all those 200,000 farmers to the purchasing managers of all our hotels in Jamaica to then go online. Even though it's a lot of them, it's clicks now. It's not having to go to the farm. It's not having to deal with 100 per day coming into their delivery areas. It's now simply clicking to make the purchases, to have the big delivery, the containers still in effect coming to their hotels to supply them. We've created that Agri-Linkages Exchange. It required even more hand-holding because, of course, there were some farmers who just were digitally savvy. We had to create a whole cohort of officers who then would call each farmer each morning to say, what is the stock that you have ready for sale? They then entered that on the Alex platform so that when the purchasing managers went on, they could see all that was available and the prices and everything. In about 3 years, we achieved $1 billion in sales on that platform. Between December last year and today, we've gone almost $500 million in sales on that platform. That is the rate of growth that we're seeing. I'm going to invite Carolyn McDonald-Riley to stand and take a bow. She's the head of the Tourism Linkages Network. So how does that create resilience? When we had COVID and we had created that database of farmers who were on the platform, who we were working with closely, and they had this dilemma of those that consuming industry, the hotels closed down, borders were closed, and all their produce ready to go to the market, now in their fields. Because we had already created that connection, that line of communication, that bridge, we therefore purchased the stock as a government agency from them, use it to create care packages to then deliver to the very tourism workers who were now out of a job and the tourism communities that were out of jobs. And so we kept them selling their products so that when tourism rebounded, we had farmers in business, farmers still producing. It made Jamaica's recovery so much faster. So it's a clear case of using digital technologies to create the kind of resilience where if we do get a shock, and God forbid we won't have one for the next 100 years, but we are still able to keep all those moving parts together, well-oiled, still turning, so that when the time comes for recovery, the wheels are cranking. I'll give you one more quick example, and that is this human capital that Dr. Lunsworth referred to. We also have created, using digital technologies, the connection with our human capital. We have the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation that trains and certifies tourism workers. But what we've done with digital technologies is created a database that then makes it so easy for our HR teams in the hotels, in the attractions, to be able to find all the tourism workers online who have been certified and with clicks can make that connection to them, to hire them, and to help to create a solution to that challenge that we all know about, where post-COVID we've had the disruptions in the human capital available to not just tourism, but all industries. And so the good news is that, yes, technology is advancing, but there is still a lot of room for using the current technologies with better applications, with more applications, to transform our industry, especially in the Caribbean, as we know it, because there are a lot of gaps, a lot of barriers, artificial barriers, I might add, that with technology we can use it as a sharp knife cutting through those barriers and allowing for the levels of increased productivity with this huge consumer group called tourists coming to Jamaica. And my minister will always talk about the disparity between how they consume versus how the local consume. It's so much more. They're on vacation. They're not drinking one glass of wine at dinner, or one sip of rum at dinner. like the rest of us, they're consuming all day. They're not having one egg. They're having 8, 9 eggs for the day. And so if we can align using digital technologies, all our producers, to be able to meet that demand, to supply more, then Cordell, I don't think you'd have to even worry too much. We have such a gap to go in getting our own people more productive, more skilled, bigger entrepreneurs, so that the wealth from tourism can spread to the length and breadth of our countries. When we do that, any shock that we get, everyone is going to pay attention because everyone is being affected. If tourism is just an enclave industry with a few benefiting, then if we get a shock, there'll be different priorities. When it's an all-inclusive industry, all of the countries, all of the people included, then any shock, all of the people are going to want to get tourism back up quickly. And that is a part of our resilience. That means we will rebound faster because all the energies, all the resources will be focused on getting our industry back together. And that's why Jamaica has been such a success story in our rebound from tourism. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So I only have about 20 minutes of remarks. Just kidding, just kidding. But the joy of going last is that I can just say ditto, 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 ditto to all that my esteemed panelists have just covered. But I do have a video, and before we play it, it's only like 2 minutes. Before we play it, though, I just want to verify that it's locked, loaded, all right? Before we play it, just a quick bit of context. Carnival Corporation operates 96 cruise ships, carrying about 4,000 or 5,000 on average passengers, about 1,500 or so crew, to over 800 ports and destinations around the world. So we think about the calculus, especially that a first-time cruiser goes through when she or he is selecting their family's vacation destination of choice. And not just the destination, but also what are they going to do when they get there, right? And so I think the minister mentioned an AI hackathon that her team did. The video you're about to see is the result. It's rough, granted, but it's a result from one of the AI hackathons that we did at the company where we asked our brilliant employees to come up with ideas to transform the nature of what we do as the world's foremost travel and tourism company. And so with that, I'll ask the folks to roll the video. Audio, please. We're not hearing. Audio is important.
What activity would you like to do? Sports, cultural, or gastronomic? Log in to help me better understand your interests.
Could you please restart it? The beginning is important. And if you are...
Hi, I'm your digital tour operator. Nice to meet you. I'm here to help you choose the perfect excursion for you. What type of activity would you like to do? Sports, cultural, or gastronomic? Log in to help me better understand your interests. Hi, Marta. Happy to see you again. Would you like a cultural excursion? Guided tours of the Pompeii Archaeological Park are planned tomorrow. The weather will be perfect, with a temperature of around 26 degrees. How much time would you like to dedicate?
No more than an hour, otherwise my 5-year-old daughter wouldn't be able to handle it. I would like something that doesn't cost too much also, maybe around 150 euros.
Then I recommend the 10 a.m. visit, which includes entertainment for the little ones. The visit is within your budget, as children under 6 years old do not pay, and the experience costs 120 euros. Here are some pictures of the experience. The fun begins on the bus, with songs and entertainment for children that kick off the challenge of the day, a journey through time to discover the historical treasures of the city. At every step there is something to reveal, including riddles and educational games. Who dueled in the amphitheater? What were the ancient professions? How and where did people live in 79 AD? Is this experience something you might be interested in?
Very nice indeed. Let's do it.
Happy to have helped you. Then, by scanning this QR code, you will be able to complete the purchase and find the details in the app. Hi, I'm your...
Thank you. So kudos to the bright technical minds at Carnival that came up with this. I mean, and it is among the several products that resulted from that AI hackathon that we had. And so this one is focused on guest experience. We also have AI hackathons focused on employee productivity, maritime operations, and business operations in general. But again, I think that video kind of crystallizes much of what you've heard from my esteemed panelists today, and certainly opening remarks by the Honorable Minister and others in terms of certainly there are risks, but there's also the potential transformational efforts and results from embracing technology. Democratizing access to technology is also critical as well. But with that, I will just end it there, as I think I'm like right about at 2 minutes, and turn it over to our esteemed moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my esteemed panelists for a very thoughtful and insightful their respective presentations. Everybody was on time and respected the 10-minute mark. We're very happy about that. But I think I have time for about 3 questions, and I'm going to pose them to different persons just to kind of wrap up and bring a level of transition to the conversation. My first question is actually to the Minister. What policies or regulations are being implemented to balance innovation in tourism with the protection of cultural heritage and environmental sustainability? I know it's a loaded question.
That's a very loaded question, yes. But it's one that I think I spoke a little bit about in terms of the conversation earlier. When we think about things like artificial intelligence, it's really very important that we think about cultural nuances. And I do believe if you look at a lot of the data, and there was one example where in the US you ask Siri, show me pictures of judges, and they show you almost all male judges. A lot of times we don't necessarily think about the bias that's embedded in some of the technology that we're building. And that is why it's so critical that small countries, developing countries, with the help of people like Ambassador Duchamp, create our own technology, because we are the only ones that can truly solve the problems that we have. And we are using technology. A lot I've spoken about how we're using it in terms of skills training. Technology is what's going to be able to give us the tools that we need to confront climate change, which is very, very, very important. I mean, we cannot downplay the importance of climate change in our countries. And we have to build differently. We have to think about so many different elements of construction differently. And that's why we've changed the way we teach in relation to the skills training elements. In terms of culture, when you use AI, I remember I was recently sitting on the plane with a member of Third World, and he wanted me to explain artificial intelligence to him. And I said, I could do a reggae song not knowing anything, not being able to play any instrument, and it could become a hit. And he said, but they can't write like me. Yeah. And I said, yes, that's where the human element comes. But I said, your lyrics have already been captured into many AI systems, and we can actually write like you and make a song sound like you. And so the cultural dimension and maintaining the cultural nuances of our destinations is really, really critical. And that's why we have to do these discussions at the global level. And that's where things like UN tourism have to come in, because we can lose a lot of that. And we haven't even spoken about copyright issues with AI and what that means, and how many people and our artists in
or parts of the world will even increasingly not be able to benefit from their skill set that they have given to the world. But there are obviously issues, but it starts with understanding what the issues are, because if you don't understand, you can't develop solutions to them. But I do believe that climate change and even cultural preservation of cultural identities can be furthered by AI, but we also have to understand that there are ways that we can actually see technology taking us in the wrong direction, and that's why these conversations are so important.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic that now we're being asked to validate that we're not robots when we're verifying information online. I'd like to ask Natalia a quick question. How do international organizations such as UN Tourism support capacity building and knowledge sharing with countries to enhance digital resilience in the tourism sector?
That's a very interesting question because I have a lot to do. Thanks to the meeting that we had yesterday with the Global Center of Resilience and with the leadership of Minister Butler. So basically what UN Tourism does when it comes to education, first of all, we work in online education. We have an online platform that is the Tourism Online Academy with more than 35 partnerships with the best universities from all around the world, uploading content to make it easier for everyone. The good news is that yesterday we committed to create the first course on resilience tourism with the center. So it will have the Jamaican stamp, of course, as part of the leadership that you're doing here in the island. Second of all, thanks to online education, we have trained more than 50,000 students from 100 nationalities for free. So that's an example. And this year, the idea is to use artificial intelligence in the platform so that we can help with technology to massify the content. On the other side, in offline education, we are committed as well on education. We have a lot to do. And we are creating academies in collaboration with UN Tourism. So we have developed these in Saudi Arabia for the Middle East, in Uzbekistan for Eastern Europe, in Brazil. We have a regional office, so we are working as well to create their collaborations with top universities. And with Jamaica, yesterday we were discussing with Luz in order to help and to include all the thematics of tourism education here in Jamaica for the Caribbean, and to help to strengthen the capacity building of the workforce, of the vocational training, and as Luz mentioned yesterday, to create the better education for the emerging professionals in tourism.
Awesome. Thank you. And Dushyant, in your dual role as ambassador and also as an entrepreneur, what role do you think public-private partnerships play in driving digital innovation in tourism industry, and how can these collaborations be strengthened?
I think the private-public partnership is what you can see a lot of examples in Jamaica already. Sandals is a very good example, starting their own university. Amber is a good example. We started our own coding academy. And similar to this, there are so many different organizations going the route. We had a culture before that we have the need of employees. And we never take an interest in ensuring that the skills match what we need as employers. But over the last few years, and thanks to the pandemic, I think a lot of things changed since. Our eyes are wide open. We know as private sector, if we do not support the public sector and we do not support the NGOs, it actually harms our business directly too. So without this union of the private, public, NGOs all together, we cannot create the magic, we cannot create the resilience, we cannot create what we really think our country is deserving for its growth, for its revenues, for its skill development, for its technological new architecture that we need to build for Jamaica. None of this will happen without all the parties playing their part. And I want to add on top, there is a role of tourists and the role of our citizens also in this to play that we often forget. If I'm abusive on the street and somebody sees that, what impression are they carrying about Jamaica back home? Oh man, you walk on the streets of Jamaica, this is how they do. I think there is a role that every single leg of the society has to play to improve our resilience and sustainability board. And I think citizens also have such a big role to play. I am a citizen first, then an entrepreneur, then in whatever else roles I play in the society. But as a citizen, I have a profound duty to my country to ensure that I do not project violence, I do not be part of anything that hampers the growth and the optics of my country too. Everything is a mix of everything. There's no, there was a world where you can independently do whatever you want to do. The world has significantly changed in front of our eyes in the last few years itself. It's a world of interdependency. A world where everybody has interdependency on each other to make all the wheels move perfectly. So I think public, private, NGOs, institutions, no matter citizens, tourists themselves when they come here, everything has a role to play to make our Jamaica a lot more resilient and a lot more better as an industry. Also to welcome more and more tourists. And I think as a country, we've done already tremendously well. Can you imagine a country of 3 million population have more tourists than its own population now, which is phenomenal. The product is out there. Product is known across the world. We carry one of the strongest brand in the world. How do we capitalize this across the world with more technological push that we can give to attract more to come in? Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Luz, I just want to ask the last, I'll probably give you the last. Are there opportunities, for example, based on the work that you've done with Sandals and the success that you're seeing with, especially with the Aeon platform, for that to be leveraged for other industry stakeholders? And how would you envision that working? I know you're from academia, so you would have seen stuff like this happen all the time. But how do you see that kind of success story permeating the rest of the industry so other persons can benefit?
Yes, thank you. No, through partnerships. Because the minister knows that he was very happy with the idea of Aeon, but it had to be through public-private partnerships. So that platform we introduced at the University of the West Indies when I was the principal of the Open Campus there, but it wasn't able to find feet. In Sandals, it found feet. And now the next step is a partnership with the University of the West Indies to work together in now developing content that is local, that is going to help in the dive industry in Jamaica and the Caribbean. So it really is a matter of the partnerships that Ambassador spoke about, the public-private partnerships, and that we recognize that we are all in this together. It's not a matter of competing to see which property or which agency is going to outdo the other. It is that we all need to work together to create a pool of highly qualified and motivated and energized persons to really lift and move our industry across the region to the next level. And we have the talent and we have the will.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my panelists for such a wonderful discussion. There are a lot of food for thought that was disseminated this morning. And I know that as we move into the next phase of implementation, a lot of those ideas, we're looking forward that next year we can report on the progress of how those are going. Thank you so much. And we look forward to more productive sessions during the course of the day. Thanks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Omar, and I will be the moderator for this panel titled Building Tourism Infrastructure Resilience. The panel today will analyze the key industries of cruise lines, airlift services, hotels, attractions, airports, land and ports. The objective of the session is to examine advanced technology, effective management techniques, and public-private sector collaborations that are necessary for the establishment of a tourism infrastructure. We have a distinguished panel of tourism experts today who will offer valuable insights on the development of tourism infrastructures that are resilient to future challenges. The panel includes Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg, President of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association, the CHTA, and the former President of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA. Oops. Ms. Joy Roberts, Executive Director of the JAMVAC, Jamaica Vacations, the agency in the Ministry of Tourism responsible for cruise and airlift. Ms. Roberts has previous airline experience. Ms. Roberts has previous airline experience in the airline and travel agency and tour operator business. She also formed and operated the first official travel agency school on the island. Miss Alicia Montalvo Santa Maria is the Manager of Climate Action and Positive Biodiversity at the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Her professional career has focused on the field of international finance, financial cooperation, and environmental economics within public institutions. Mr. Wade Mars is the Executive Director of the Tourism Product Development Company Limited, the TPDCO, the agency in the Ministry of Tourism responsible for development and improvement of Jamaica's tourism product. He brings a wealth of experience in the financial industry and has served on the Standards Council of the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. Mr. John Biles, Executive Deputy Chairman and Managing Partner of Chukka Caribbean Adventures Group. Mr. Biles' experience spans various domains within the corporate finance landscape and later in the attraction subsector when he co-founded Chukka Blue Adventures, which is now Chukka Caribbean Adventures, one of the largest attractions group operating in several islands in the Caribbean. Mr. Shane Monroe is the CEO of MBJ Airports Limited, the company that operates the Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay. He was previously the Chief Technical Operator at MBJ with oversight for airport development projects and has over 20 years experience in the airport industry. The panel will come in this order: Mr. Mars, Ms. Montalvo, Mr. Biles, Mrs. Madden-Gregg, Ms. Roberts, and Mr. Monroe. Mr. Mars?
See how resilient your clicker is. All right. Does it still work?
It works.
Do they have the presentation? Who has the presentation? This is... No, well, I don't see the presentation on my thing. On PowerPoint.
Can we bring up Mr. Mars' presentation, please?
And then I will see if this is working. Well, you have to bring up our presentation to know if it's working first. It would kind of appear down here.
items. I'll get him with the email. You want somebody else present before you?
All right, no problem.
All right. Apologize, but we are having some technical difficulties with that presentation. I'll just invite Ms. Joy Roberts. Joy?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know it's near lunchtime. So we're going to discuss a little about building tourism infrastructure resilience. And when I looked at the topic and the topic for discussion, I thought that, there's always a confusion between what is resilience and sustainability. They both go together, but then if we don't have the resilience, we can't be sustainable. So I usually say that sustainable is for my grandkids. And if I'm not resilient now, or if we're not resilient now, then my grandkids won't have anything. With that in view, so let us just go, over the past 30 years, global tourism has grown on an average 30%. Tourism has been known to be the fastest growing industry. It creates jobs and brings urgently needed economic momentum worldwide. 1 in 10 jobs worldwide are dependent on tourism, so it's very important. There are approximately 292 million jobs that depend on tourism, and in 1 out of 3 developing countries, and in the Caribbean, it's probably a little even closer than that, tourism is a main source of foreign exchange. The Caribbean region received 26.5 million tourists in 2023. This was up 15.7% more than the 22.9 million tourists received in 2022, and 1.5% more than the 26.1 million received in 2019. Here in Jamaica, we received about 4.1 million tourists in 2023, at 23.7% increase over the prior year, and our revenues for the year were $4.265 billion, a 17% increase over the revenue generated the year prior, and a 17% increase revenue over 2019, pre-pandemic. According to WTTC, in 2023, sustainable tourism was a major trend, and it's expected to continue in 2024. So it's about 65% of travelers want to do something sustainable when they visit a destination. And those options range from outdoor events, local gastronomy, nature, wellness, and many rural and community activities. The World Tourism Organization defines sustainable tourism as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. With the huge impact tourism has on economies of the world, to be successful and competitive, the onus has to be able to adapt to advancement of sustainable tourism. To be successful, destinations operators must ensure the resilience of the product offering. So resilience, on the other hand, has the ability to become strong, healthy, or successful again after something bad happens. And we've seen that with the pandemic. And resilience has three components: preparation, persist and withstand external environmental changes, response, mitigate, and cope with negative effects caused by the changes, and recovery, persist and withstand external environmental changes. Now, we call that the preparation, going into the mitigating and coping. The response and then the recovery is the bounce forward to a new state for a better future performance. How do I go? So I found this little, in researching resilience, I found this little saying, advancing despite adversity. And I thought it was so real, so true, and it really depicted what resilience was. And the advancing is all about that vision, setting your goals, setting a vision. Then the despite would be the proactivity that we need to have, and of course, over adversity. So how do we advance despite adversity? To stay ahead of any challenges or adversities which may arise, one has to evaluate the risk. And this is where I think that we really need to look into this, ensure that we not just pass and say, okay, the pandemic is gone, it won't come for another, sorry, okay. Set goals to enact the vision that will establish the framework, policy, or for maintaining the risk, and most importantly, ensure there is proactiveness in planning ultimately to mitigate any potential negative impact. Finally, ensure that constant evaluation takes place throughout the process. Suppliers of travel such as air, sea, and rail have been adapting their operations to ensure their products and services will meet their passengers' needs. But where are we as destinations? How prepared are we? Paramount to destinations is their investment not only in infrastructure, climate change, and passenger experience, etc., but their ability to disseminate information to the many stakeholders, their ability to mobilize or sensitize SMTs and other stakeholders, whether financially and or through training. I am sure my colleagues will have more information, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and good morning on behalf of CAF. This morning you heard Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy talking about CAF. I'm the manager of climate change and biodiversity, and you may wonder why environment is so important for a conference on resilience and tourism. Minister Bartlett and Professor Waller this morning said that tourism is everything. I would say, on the opposite, that everything is tourism. And above all, as a development bank, CAF considers that tourism has to be good for improving people's lives. It's not only to have a better tourism, but to improve the quality of people living in the destinations, as it is the case in Jamaica. We work to make possible that tourism improves the quality of people's life, but also the quality of environment, of ecosystems, of beaches. We consider that tourism is a very important catalyst for improving the environment. So that's why CAF, we have made a commitment to devote 40% of our financing to climate change and environment in general. But what is more important is that we have committed to devote 40% of this amount to adaptation and resilience. You, of course, know that Jamaica and the Caribbean countries are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. It has been estimated that 3% of the GDP is lost because of the climate change impacts. And of course, tourism is one of the sectors most affected by the impacts of climate change. So we need to work in adaptation, in resilience, and to be sure that not only the grey infrastructures are good, but that the natural infrastructures are the best. We need to have the best beaches, the best ecosystems, the best mountains. This is the most important thing to really attract tourists, but also to improve the quality of the people living there. Recently, then, we have made a commitment to devote an important amount of resources to adaptation. In the climate change conference that took place in Dubai, we made a commitment to devote 15 billion to adaptation and resilience before 2030. And we want that an important amount of these resources will go to the Caribbean countries and specifically to Jamaica. And we consider that it's important that in countries where tourism is so important, we are able to find these spaces of coincidence between environment and tourism. We now have developed an sustainable tourism strategy where you can find two main pillars that have to do with this conversation. First, we are working for a greener tourism, what we call a greener tourism. That implies that we want infrastructures that will have a low emission level. Infrastructures mean that we are trying to improve the quality of the energy generation with renewable energies, but also to make possible the electrification of the mobility parks. This is very important for tourists because tourists also are looking for cleaner places. So mitigation in tourism, infrastructures that will not produce a high level of CO2 emissions is very important. The second thing is adaptation. And I was mentioning, it's important that we work for more resilient infrastructures. This is the most important thing. We need to have beaches that are resilient when the hurricanes come, when the floods come. We need to work in water sanitation because due to the increase of level C, we are financing that the quality of water gets worse. So we need to really work on that too, sanitation, water, better infrastructures. So this is important for having a greener tourism, mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity. We need to work for tourism, a regenerative tourism, a tourism that is a catalyst of improving the quality of the environment. We need to make sure that every single tourism project has as a consequence the improvement of the beaches, the improvement of the environment, the improvement of all the surroundings. This is crucial. We are not talking only that tourism has not a negative impact, but that tourism has a positive impact on the quality of the environment. This is the reality where we want to be. So we are devoting resources to that. Of course, CAF provides loans. We are a bank, and we have provided loans last year up to $17 billion. But as I was mentioning, we want that the most important amount will go to adaptation. So we have some preparation facilities to make possible that we identify good projects related to environment and tourism and infrastructures. We have these preparation facilities are grants, non-reimbursable, and I would like to stress that we will be very happy to devote these resources to identify good projects. When I mention good projects, what I'm referring to, adaptation plans in the zonal codes, spatial planifications, coastal and marine, adaptation of deregulation, adaptation of the technical rules, Very important to work in the harbors, not only the tourist harbors, but also the small harbors, to work with people living there, to work with fishers. We need comprehensive plans to protect the tourist beaches with nature-based solutions. This means that we need to use the natural resources, the environment, to really make these beaches more resilient. Not only great infrastructure, which is good, but we want to have green infrastructures. This is very important, and we have resources and capacity, and we can provide capacity building for that. So, summarizing, what I would like to stress is that the best tourism is the tourism that increases the quality of the people's lives, but also the quality of the environment. The regenerative tourism means that tourism is a good catalyst for improving the environment, and CAF is providing resources for that. The alliances, the private-public alliances, in this case, they are very important, so that's why I'm very grateful to be part of this panel with very important people working in the private sector, and we will be glad to keep working with you all to really find those projects that will improve tourism, but will improve above all the quality of the environment and the quality of the people's life. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping my presentation can go up. So I am going to be giving a different perspective on the whole resilience in the tourism space. I'm a nature person, nature adventure, so I'm going to give you a little bit of that angle of it. And just give you some examples throughout. Are you able to get the presentation up? So, we'll go ahead without the presentation. Tourism, as we know, is not immune to the storms of life. From the pandemics to wars, from the relentless march of global warming to the economic upheavals, and now even less than objective information about travel to Jamaica. Our industry must constantly adapt, must find ways to pivot, to survive and to thrive. Isn't that how nature has survived? I want to share with you a story of resilience, of strength, drawn from the very heart of nature itself. The story intertwines with the beauty, albeit mystery, of the natural world, with our tourism world and the challenges we face. And more importantly, the unwavering spirit that propels us forward no matter what the odds are. The power of nature is the power of the very human spirit. So, in discussing infrastructure in tourism, I want to give a couple of examples. You know, when it comes to nature, there's a story, not a story, there's a fact. In Peru, in the Amazon, there are dolphins in fresh water. There is a lake called the Titicaca Lake. It's the highest navigable lake in the world. And that lake has sea creatures in it living in fresh water. Nature adapts. The basis on which these creatures ended up where they are is another story. But nature adapts, and that's how we survive. So the presentation is up, and I want to give an example of Pier 1. Anybody here knows Pier 1? You know Pier 1. A lot of people heard about the devastation about 10 days ago when the westerly came in and it hit the country. We haven't seen something like that in decades. Well, to show you Pier 1, these are the pictures of Pier 1, the day of the devastation. You'll see this, an idea of global warming in reality. It's real. And just like that, this is 2 days later, place was open, there was a party. And it was a hell of a party, by the way. So, just to tell you, 22 years ago, that same facility actually was completely knocked down by a hurricane. Robin, our JHTA president, and his family, my wife, who's sitting in the audience here, and their brother Jason, they can tell you, 22 years ago, that place got devastated, and it took a year to come back. This was 2 days. So it's about building the infrastructure that you need, building according to what you're expecting and how the place can be agile, just like nature is, and make the adjustments that are needed. Another thing that nature teaches us is biodiversity. Biodiversity, no single part of the ecosystem is going to bring down the whole. And just like that, in the tourism sector, we have also looked at how we diversify with the clients, what clients we have, the products, the countries. There are many operators here that are in multiple countries. It's all part of that diversity that's required. You know, again, going back to like what we just discussed at Pier 1, you know, there are revetment walls that are built in and around to protect the facilities, right? Those revetment walls, which are limestone, set up so that it actually allows and protects the facility, is all a part of building and strengthening the structures. But knowing that I have 2 minutes and we have the Gestapo back here, a little different than any other, I'm just going to close off with one thing. So I kind of spoke about nature and why we use the best of nature to help guide us with what we do. There's a term for it. It's called biophilic design. It's nature-inspired design. If we are able to follow a lot of what is that nature-inspired design, we are able to build in ways that are able to be resilient in nature. And I go back to just one last point, and I hear the bell now. In nature adventure, we find the best of nature, and we find a way to build around it so that we do not destroy it. But at the same time, you do need certain infrastructure. That infrastructure must take into account global warming and what is taking place going forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to wake you up here. Hopefully my presentation does come up. No. So while we wait on the presentation, in the role as president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, I also took over that role just as COVID was getting into its height. So I guess I'm a COVID president. And that pandemic taught us a lot of lessons both from an individual point of view, but also from a private sector and public sector relationship. So for today's discussion around infrastructure, I wanted to share, let's see if we're ready to go. Yes? Yeah. I wanted to just recap something which I thought which was important. This is the WTCC study that was done on the Caribbean economic impact, which CHTA worked with them on. And it looks at the potential for Caribbean tourism by 2032. This was done in 2022, so just while we're still in the pandemic. And it said to us that we had 2 times the potential of doubling our GDP, as well as employment growth of 1.34 million new jobs. There were some issues that we needed to address: air connectivity, greater investments in digital solutions, infrastructure, human capital, better crisis preparedness, focus on environmental protection, collaboration and coordination region-wide by government and industry. And these are the challenges we still face today. These are things that we must work towards leveraging our combined strength, our combined talent, and ensuring that we can overcome these challenges. The Caribbean was said to be the largest tourism-dependent region in the world, and the expectation was that we would be the last to come out of COVID, that this pandemic would impact us so seriously that we would not be able to recover. And we actually turned that around, and we were the first region to recover, the most resilient region, and that's not a fluke. I think the reason why we're such a resilient region is because we had training and real-world experiences in dealing with hurricanes, floods, and other sorts of crises. So it was kind of already built into our DNA. So we were able to really take on the challenges of the pandemic and move forward. And you can see that we are, in 2023, we had double-digit growth in our post-recovery period. So the Caribbean did very well. But what's coming down the pike? We're seeing that because the Caribbean did so well, there is tremendous amount of interest in investment within the region. That's a big build-out of new product. And we can see that we're up to, in terms of planning, in construction, and in final planning, somewhere in the region of 59,000 plus new rooms that are coming into the region over the next few years. So that's a major, major new infrastructure. This is coming in all different elements of accommodation, at the luxury end, upper upscale, upper mid-scale, economy, etc. So we're seeing build out in a big way. So what does that mean for us in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of planning for both governments, in terms of the private sector? There are some really significant issues that we must face, and it requires a comprehensive vision of tourism resilience and infrastructure. I think now is the time for us to take a step back and look at our current tourism plans, the shortfalls and the challenges, and look towards creating a comprehensive plan based on visioning and forecasting where we want to be as a region in terms of carrying capacity, types of tourism models, local sensibilities, and the impact of the total economy through linkages. The Caribbean tourism region has been very ad hoc in our development. A lot of what we have done has basically been more business coming to us, foreign direct investment, and then the region and the destination scurrying around to see how do we support this, and we have to be more strategic. Master planning has to become a definite part of what we do in terms of both stakeholder buy-in and cohesive planning and development. The issues that we need to address, not only just regional airlift, that's a big part because you can't swim to the Caribbean, you have to actually fly here, but how do we do with airport growth and expansion? Where do we put our airports? A lot of our airports are located literally on the seafront, and with climate change, we need to think about that. Do we need to relocate? Do we need to have inland airports? What are the things we need to focus on? Our road networks, our transportation systems. We're seeing a big influx of visitors. In the Caribbean in 2019, we are a population of roughly 19.5 million people, and we saw over 33 million visitors, so pretty much double our population size. As you see, the demand for the Caribbean is great, and so that means we're going to have even more visitors, and we'll blow past those numbers, even though we're currently not back to full numbers, and that's both cruise and stopover when I mention that number. We have issues to do with labor market constraints. So we're getting a lot of investment, a lot of new accommodations, but like Jamaica, we're now at 4.2% unemployment. A lot of the Caribbean is not able to really have the kind of labor skills that are able. So we have to think about training, upskilling, reskilling, using technology not to replace but to enhance our services, and allowing our team members to be ready to take on this challenge. So that's the people infrastructure that we have to pay attention to, not just the physical, build out the airports, the road networks, but we also have to look at how do we build up our people capacity. We have to look at our zoning and our carrying capacity for best use. We have conflicts as to where things should happen, not just with tourism, but of course, we have other industries, other stakeholders, agriculture, manufacturing. Everybody's looking at our assets within the country and figuring what should we do. And that's where the master plan is important. Tourism is the driver of our economy. It really supports a lot of other industries. And it's important that all ministries, all industries are on the same page for a comprehensive development plan. We have energy and water constraints in terms of our infrastructure, and we have to look to see for persons who are developing tourism, how do they bring in renewable energy using reverse osmosis to bring down the demand on the local capacity and bring that capacity into the region. Housing for our workers, healthcare, coastal erosion, again, looking at setbacks. But in all of this and looking at all our infrastructure needs, we must maintain the natural beauty that the Caribbean is known for. So we have to be careful not to overbuild in our infrastructure desires to meet the demands of that 1.24 million jobs. So the vision for me, and I'm going to just sum it up here, is air connectivity is crucial. We must look at multi-destinational travel as a region and how we can use our various knowledge to give infrastructure developments throughout the region, using digital solutions for modern infrastructure, highly trained, certified, and skilled workforce with region-wide portability, offer authentic products that leverage our culture, our natural assets of the sun, sea, mountains, and rivers, be 100% embedded in our DNA, crisis preparedness, with partnerships for both regional and national bodies, environmental protection with our coral reef and Caribbean Sea in terms of biodiversity, working to build our local entrepreneurs, because that's a part of our infrastructure. We have to be able to give both supply and demand needs, building international brands, and generational wealth. And of course, continuous seamless collaboration with governments region-wide. I'm going to wrap it there, and of course, am I finished? We move on. Thank you.
I asked how many minutes I had. All right, I have a slideshow. I don't know if it will work. Technology has been working against us, but let's dive right into it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm probably the last speaker or penultimate speaker before lunch, so I'm going to move things right along. For a country like Jamaica, the heartbeat of our economy resonates in the realm of travel and tourism, and it is a lifeline for many small island states. And the economic benefits extend far beyond an airport's confines. It encompasses direct, indirect, and induced impacts. The impact of aviation on the travel and tourism industry is undeniably substantial for Jamaica. In the next few minutes, we will review the key challenges to overcome in achieving resilience in infrastructure. Firstly, we'd like to touch on climate change. And some 26 of the world's 39 small island states have their main international airports located directly on seafront land. And Jamaica is no exception. Airports need to be strategic in formulating strategies to address climate resilience. Consider Sangster International Airport, nestled just about 4 feet above mean sea level. The vulnerability is a shared reality for many airports in the Caribbean and small islands worldwide. For strategic and technical reasons, often lead to runways being built close to sea or near sea level. And our region faces extreme rainfall and sea level rise, typically linked to hurricanes, tropical storms, and depressions. We have the example of Hurricane Irma in 2017, a Category 5 storm that left its mark on the Eastern Caribbean islands. And as John mentioned, most recently, we had the cold front, which caused extensive damage in ResilienceMontego Bay, Negril, amongst other locations in Jamaica. For us, what we undertook was a shoreline protection and coastal hazard assessment. This comprehensive assessment included aerial and bathymetric surveys, storm surge and wave studies, a shoreline classification exercise, and ecological impact assessment. A risk assessment was crucial, particularly for storm surges, considering the economic value of the airport, identifying valuable assets to determine the maximum probable loss and average annualized loss for different return periods. What that resulted in was a revetment project. We adopted a design frequency with an occasional chance of failure, but a 25-year return period. And the design carefully considered the location of the runway and obstacle limitation services, resulting in a 10-foot high revetment along the shoreline, and during the recent storm event, we were largely unaffected. Today, global and regional climate change models predict shifts in climate conditions that may amplify coastal hazards, especially for countries such as Jamaica. And given the long-lasting impacts, it's crucial for tourism infrastructure near coasts and sea line to conduct similar coastal hazard and protection studies. Another area to look at is airport infrastructure in resilience. And we talk about energy, we talk about water supply. One of the commitments of our airport is to achieve carbon neutrality. We have implemented 3 megawatts of solar energy. We're adding another 3. And also a battery energy storage system, crucial in enhancing resilience as it acts as a buffer for peak demand periods, storing excess energy generated by solar panels, which can be deployed when there's high demand or grid instability. Also, cybersecurity mentioned earlier, but just briefly to say, it's something that we cannot ignore. Incidents of cybersecurity can have consequences on businesses and can cripple key infrastructure. The need for resilience in this area against cyber attacks is not theoretical. It's a matter of financial stability, operational continuity, and safeguarding trusts. The other important aspect is disaster and emergency response. How will we respond to an unknown event in the future? MBJ regularly conducts full-scale emergency exercises, not just to test our own level of preparation, but to test the capabilities of other agencies, the JCF, the JDF, the Ministry of Health, the hospital system. How are they able to respond and handle to emergencies that we may face in the future? Some things for us to consider are whether we are ready for COVID 2.0, or are we also ready for the next threat of a global event? Is there resiliency in our passenger mix? And diversifying flight routes is not just a strategic move, it must be a data-driven imperative for ensuring resilience for global uncertainties. My last slide on strategy, and each organization in the industry needs to have a clear strategy for building resilience. That entails developing a comprehensive business continuity plan, we must not only anticipate the traditional risks, but also confront the emerging challenges posed by pandemics, climate change, rising sea levels, natural disasters, and cybersecurity. In essence, we should not just be planning for today's challenges, but rather future-proofing our infrastructure. This isn't merely about bouncing back from adversity. It's about thriving in the face of uncertainty. As we continue on this journey, our focus should not be just about creating resilient tourism infrastructure of today, but setting new global standards for excellence in resilience and being able to anticipate the unknown risks of the future. Thank you.
All right, apparently we're going to try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wade Mars, head of the Tourism Product Development Company, known as the TPDCO. My father used to say to me that knowledge is what remains after all the books are gone. He, of course, was born in 1948. And that's what he was told when he was maybe in his 20s or teenage years. But I'm going to have to adjust that. It's what remains after our computer screens go blank. When we think about the word resilience, Jamaica's tourism product stands tall. Just in terms of how we have rebounded from different setbacks, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's hurricanes, different natural events and occurrences, right? Our ability to rebound and adjust is definitely phenomenal. In terms of TPDCO's role in that industry, we are responsible for the development and the diversification and improvement of the tourism product. In order to achieve this mandate, resilience and sustainability are critical elements of the equation. What's our role in resilience? So, we're in charge, of course, streamlining the licensing process, establishing destination management systems, improving destination level visitor safety and security, resilience and sustainability, and of course, developing automated systems that allow ministries, departments, and agencies to share information. So in terms of tourism infrastructure, we are looking at a broader definition of infrastructure. We include not only the built environment, the natural, ecological environment, but we also include the human resource as part of the infrastructure that we refer to from our perspective, right? Which leads into destination assurance for us, because overall that is what we are trying to assure, a particular quality and standard that the guest will encounter whenever they come to the island. So in order to do that, we're looking on increasing the experiences that the tourists encounter, apart from the quality, the increased number of experiences, and then also we have safety and security monitoring. it makes no sense that you come, you enjoy, but yet still you don't feel safe. And of course, we look at also anti-harassment monitoring and engagement. And just to say something about harassment, what one person views as harassment, the local may just think they're just trying to make a sale, get a buck, so to speak. So some
Hello, check. Hello.
Are you? Yes, it's back up. Oh. So when people realize that the sort of activity that they engage in isn't desirable to the prospective customer, then they adjust that behavior in order to ensure getting a sale. All right, so speaking of other sustainability, land sustainability, right? We've established our destination stewardship standards and toolkits, and really this is part of our increased focus on tourism, ecotourism. So yesterday I had the pleasure of attending the launch of this partnership between Iberostar and Grange Hill Fishers Association, where they established a fish sanctuary right in front of the Iberostar Hotel, that their waterfront, extending a few miles out. And what Iberostar did, apart from establish the fish sanctuary, they provided the Grange Hill fishers with boats, so they would be able to, of course, go further out to sea to engage in fishing. Now, these sort of partnerships, even though it's one hotel, one group of fishers, these sort of partnerships over time, as we build more and more of them, enable or enhance the sustainability of the tourism product. Of course, without the fish, the reefs are challenged, and without the reefs, the beaches are going. So we also look at, of course, recycling and the capacity building. Now, just to speak just a little bit about capacity building, as I get the wrap-up signal. Capacity in terms of our human capacity is very important, and it ranges. When we do training, for example, in some instances, we are doing training with people who, for whatever reason, don't have anything apart from their birth certificate. They don't have a school leaving certificate. They don't have a secondary education, no tertiary education. So we have to tailor our training programs that build these people up from the ground, explain to them what their role is in the industry, because they are an essential part of the product, and then use that training to energize them to help to develop the growth of the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Come on, let's hear it one more time for the panelists. I have a few questions I'd like to ask, and I'm going to start with Alicia. How can international organizations foster collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society to achieve the sustainable development goals related to tourism infrastructure and sustainable development? How can international organizations foster collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society to achieve the sustainable development goals related to tourism infrastructure and sustainable development? And you're given 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a great question because this is part of our role to really create alliances and to make it possible that all the actors are involved. I think that this is an important thing. Until recently, tourism was not in the agenda of multilateral development banks. And recently, we have this sector as one of the main sectors that can create value, economic value, social value, and environmental value. So that's why we are now working very much to identify the different components, the green components, infrastructure and equipment, connectivity. I have not mentioned that, but this is very important, and we have seen that in the panel. And also the social impact, the diversity is very important. So we consider that the tourism sector really gathers many questions that are at the core of our agenda, and we are working for that. We are devoting resources to improve the infrastructures, the connectivity, the route material of the tourists, but also to create capacity building for people like these students. So we consider that our role, the role of international institutions is key, but particularly the role of Multilateral Development Bank as CAF. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Alicia. Nicola, what initiatives or campaigns can be undertaken to raise awareness, as you sit on the CHTA, about the importance of resilient tourism infrastructure among stakeholders and the public?
Well, it's something that we have been doing, Omar. So we have, through the CHTA, worked very in close partnership with CARFO, with CTO, and other regional organizations, and we have our campaign called Tourism is Key. We do training and development, we do workshops, we ensure that we get the message out to the length and breadth, as well as we work in partnerships with institutions such as the UWI. We are now just signed an MOU with Caribbean Maritime University, and we are continuing to ensure that we embed the whole tourism experience from the ground up. So working in the schools, working in the actual organizations themselves, through our national hotel and tourism associations. We have over 30 countries who are members of CHTA and over 700 individual members. So it is very much a part of what we do. We spend a lot of time and energy putting out white papers and press releases to ensure that the whole aspect of tourism and resilience come through. We recently, through a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, produced the manual on coral reef restoration and preservation management, because again, these are important tools and skills that we have to get to our members, because there's not everybody can afford to do that level of research. So CHTA, through partnerships with all the multilaterals, the OAS, the IAD, and we soon have a partnership with CAF as we sit here. We continue to produce manuals, produce best practices, so that even the smallest player within the industry can have that toolkit accessible to them and don't have to spend big money trying to achieve the knowledge. With a knowledge sharing, benchmarking, and through COVID we did that very successfully, because we worked with our large hotel players, we worked with our attractions, and we created a best practices manual that was circulated to every single solitary member. Over 10,000 persons were trained on it. So yes, we continue to do that work.
Thank you, Nicola. That's especially important, as you work with the smaller players who do not have the resources. So thank you. Great initiative by the CHTA. For Shane, what measures are being taken to enhance the safety and security of visitors or passengers through airport infrastructure management? What measures are being taken to enhance the safety and security of visitors or passengers through airport infrastructure management?
Okay. All right. Well, I'd perhaps focus on technology. There is quite a lot of work in the industry to use technology not only for facilitation but to improve security. The technology now exists that we can improve the screening of passengers on the outbound process. Is now moving to in the direction where you will no longer, for example, have to take your laptop out of your bag. You can leave the contents in your carry-on when you're being screened, and that's the general direction where we are going as well. Biometrics is also a big element of it. It's a safety-focused technology first and foremost, but of course it offers benefits for the passenger in terms of able to move through the process faster. We're seeing that now, for example, even at our airport on arrivals, where biometric technology is in full use. There are e-gates there for passengers who are arriving. They are enrolled and go through e-gates. The same thing is going to happen shortly on the outbound. So there is the opportunity for the industry to have technology, to utilize it for enhancing safety and enhancing security.
Thank you very much, Shane. And I've experienced the e-gates, very, very modern and forward-thinking. So congratulations to you and your team at MBJ. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for joining us this afternoon, for this session. We're going to be breaking. Let me hear it one more time for our panelists. Thank you. We're going to be breaking now for lunch, and if we can do a quick lunch and we get back here. What time is it? What time are we meeting back? In another 45 minutes? Yes. So in 45 minutes, we can meet back here for the afternoon sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been instructed to begin, so if you can please take your seats. That survive, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So said Charles Darwin. In the ever-evolving tourism sector, it is no different. Survival and success hinges not only on strength and intelligence, but on resilience, the ability to thrive in the face of change, challenges, and crisis. And guess who shines the brightest in the face of adversity? Women. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aradhna Koala. I'm CEO and founder of Aptamind Partners, which is a private client advisory that advises leaders in governments and private sectors on how do you ensure tourism can be a force for good. I am also the chair for the Group Advisory Board for Red Sea Global, which is the biggest and the most ambitious regenerative tourism project in the world in Saudi Arabia. Previously, I was the CEO of tourism for NEOM, which is the $500 billion project that is creating a land of the future in the kingdom. I sit on multiple boards, some of them private, others publicly listed. I studied at École Hôtelière de Lausanne in Switzerland, Cornell here in US, and INSEAD in France. But all of these credentials aside, quite frankly, today I'm here as a fangirl. Fangirl of Minister Edmund Bartlett, for many different reasons, but I think one of them being he's a man who is clearly ahead of his time. He was talking about resilience in 2016, 2017 to me, which means he had been thinking about it probably 10 years before. This is way before COVID, and this is way before crisis became a daily part of our life. And now again, I assure you, he's ahead of his time because he has made the close correlation between women and resilience and how we need women to play a central role to solve many of the problems and challenges impacting humanity as we speak. And that is the topic of our panel today. And before I begin, I also want to say my heartfelt thanks for Zurab Polishkoveli to be here. Did I get that right, Zurab? See, I'm more Georgian than him. I have spent more time in Georgia than he has in the last 6 years. And I'm a bigger fan of Kuchipuri as well. Okay, so speaking of women, women throughout history have demonstrated incredible resilience in the face of adversity, adapting to shifting social norms, economic constraints, and cultural expectations. And we face tons of challenges every single day. From gender pay gap, glass ceiling, underrepresentation in leadership, discrimination, safety and security concerns, societal stereotypes, and gender gap in health, education, and opportunities. Studies show that empowering women is a powerful multiplier for sustainable development. It has far-reaching positive impacts across all aspects of society, including poverty eradication, social progress, economic growth, environmental sustainability, and the achievement of the SDGs by 2030. We have 5 stellar examples here today, and I'm delighted to welcome them up on stage, and especially grateful to each of them for their ability to navigate obstacles, overcome barriers, and forge new paths that truly and really exemplifies the word resilience. Please welcome these 5 amazing women on stage, boss ladies, leaders, and people I have so much of love and respect for. You will see they all have their own different first name and last name, but I assure you, all of them have resilience as their middle name. In no particular order, please join your hands to welcome Jennifer Griffith, who is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Sheila Johnson, the co-founder of Betsy of Salamander Hotels and Resorts, Gloria Fuchsa, in her double role with Iberostar and, of course, WTTC as its vice chair, Dr. Shakira Maxwell, who is the Senior Research Fellow for Gender at the GTR CMC. And finally, last but not the least, Dr. Lisa Inda, who is the Director for Disease Prevention at the Caribbean Public Health Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, I love a dynamic exchange where we're asking questions and talking to each other, but I understand you all have some kind of a presentation ready. Sheila, can I start with you? And you take the stage, and then after your quick round of presentations, we will have some questions. And I would love to take some questions from the audience, so please keep it ready. I definitely don't have enough questions to keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm from the United States. I am here as an honorary Jamaican. My company is the management of Half Moon here. So I've been here for several years doing renovations and working with the great general manager, Shanette Critton. But what I want to talk about, and to stick right on the topic, I never thought I would ever go into the hospitality business. I'm in my third act in life. My first act, I was a concert violinist, and I played all over the world and understood the luxury business of staying in some of the finest hotels, playing with the Chicago Symphony, Chicago Civic Symphony, and then teaching and then making trips to Amman, Jordan, and working for King Hussein and Queen Noor with my children's orchestra. That went on until about 1989, when I decided to start a media company called Black Entertainment Television. Co-founded that with my ex-husband, and that network became a huge brand until it was sold to Viacom. Now I'm in the third act of my life into the hospitality business, which is the happiest that I've ever been. And I have to tell you why. It's where I was able to be my own boss, to be able to put my own stamp on my life. And I also learned a lot of things during all three acts. I've gone through a lot of adversity, and as women, we go through adversity. And we have to learn to embrace that adversity in order to be stronger and to be able to build our companies. So in the first act of my life, I experienced, even though I was a very fine violinist, racism in the United States. The second act of my life with Black Entertainment Television was that no one wanted to invest in Black-owned businesses. And you have to be able to run a media company in order to get advertisers, because that's what pays the bills. So we struggled for many years, but we finally were on the air 7 days a week, and we're able to make, never made money on this company, but we were, until we sold it. It's like owning teams. And so then we were able to sell it for $3 billion to Viacom. Then from there, I was able to take my share of the company to start building a hospitality company. And this is called the Salamander Collection. So we will roll the first sizzle reel. And is there sound? There is no sound. So there you have it. I have 6 hotels in my collection now. We are now bidding on a 7th. I want to get up to 10 hotels. Now, this all looks easy, and you would think, oh, just because she had the money to get started in the business. We as women don't qualify with banks to get our fair share in order to start a company. I can tell you horror stories of what I went through, even though I had close to $1 billion in the bank. Now, see, women have to use their own money, but men can get loans from banks with not even having that much money in the bank because they have investors. We have to constantly prove ourselves in order to continue to move forward. So what I am saying to you, and especially all the students that are sitting over there, never give up. Because even just building the resort in Middleburg, Virginia, and this is a real good case of never giving up. I went through 10 years of a racial fight, the nastiest I've ever been through. Yes, racism is alive and well, especially right now, with all the politics that are going on. Now, I continued to fight that fight for 10 years, and in the end, I won by 1 vote. 1 vote. Now, something that I celebrated last week, and I kind of rubbed it into the mayor's face there. Salamander has now gotten one of the highest honors from Forbes. We are now a triple 5-star winner for the resort, the spa, and our restaurants. So with all the infighting and the adversity that I went through, it has been worth it. Now, Salamander Collection is a luxury collection, but is now one of the most prestigious. And the reason why I've had to really work on this brand, and this is really important, just don't build a hotel company. You have to diversify, and you got to do it in fun ways. It's just like my chef, Kwame Amawachi, is now playing back in Vegas at the NBA All-Star Game because I want him to get my brand out there in the NBA. Now, I do own the teams in Washington, D.C. I bought the teams in order to continue to diversify my brand. The other thing that I've done, I have a book that I've been on book tour. I've written the book, and that has really helped. I sit on boards, the Metropolitan, the Met Board in New York, public broadcasting, all of these things continue to get the brand out there. I just don't do one thing. We have a huge film festival where we get close to 8,000 people coming to that film festival, and I bring Hollywood in. From the directors to the celebrities, everyone is there because that, again, rolls off the tongues of Hollywood. I got and was able to pick up Aspen Meadows. The Aspen Institute is the Davos of the United States. And the reason why I wanted to do that, because if you look at the board of the Aspen Institute, from the Pritzkers to the Mark Koplamazians who own Hyatt Hotels, they're also the Kohlers. All of these people, the Fiji water owners, these are the people that I need to get into their psyche that yes, this African-American woman means business. And I want you to remember that. So I'm just going to show one more sizzle reel to show you how we continue to diversify, because even though you have a hotel, you have got to reach out in the community. Even here in Jamaica, I just don't help run Half Moon, but I'm involved with Minister Bartlett in the community of Jamaica. And that's what's really important. Half Moon gives back to schools. We build computer areas for the kids. There's so much that needs to be done in order to get our messaging out there. It's not just about hospitality, but it's about caring for people and to be able to do what we need to do. So the sizzle reel that you're going to get ready to see is something that has been on my mind, and I want to bring it to Jamaica. During COVID, as we've all suffered, a lot of people of color, and especially chefs, both men and women, their restaurants were pulled out from underneath their feet. I got so angry that I partnered up with my chef, Kwame Anawachi, and we started something called the Family Reunion. You come as friends and you leave as family. I wanted to embrace the African American community and put them in a safe place where they could talk about their issues that they're worried about. It's getting financing. I brought the banks in. I wanted them to be able to really talk about what is happening in their lives and why, as entrepreneurs, they cannot grow. So we are now in our 4th year of this. We have now got more chefs of color in the United States that are thriving. They're now James Beard Award winners. They're Michelin star winners. So roll Family Reunion. No, wrong one. The Family Reunion. No.
To celebrate us.
There we go.
Celebrate our food and a way for us to tell our story using food as a conduit.
When you walk in, there's a different energy. There's a different spirit that comes alive once the family reunion starts.
It's just something comforting about where we are and what we're doing here. You get to sit down and eat with these folks, have drinks, and you talk over these stories, and it's that one moment in the world where you don't worry about anything at all.
I mean, so often we are in places and we are onlys, and here we are the majority. It feels really good.
This resort behind me is a gathering place of love, adventure, and fine culinary cuisine from all over the country.
Just look at it. I mean, why wouldn't you want to hear it?
Family reunion is way more than just food. 2023, we're bigger, we're better, we're bolder. We have so much more programming this year. We have a comedy show we added, an R&B night, food competition session. We also have Family Field Day, where we've broken the whole group into 4 different families to compete for the winner of the family reunion.
This year's Family Reunion is so unique because we have been able to expand and really share the love and the adventures that we have here.
And now it's a true reunion. People are coming back year after year. There's a magic you feel when you come in the door, and you carry that out into the world.
The future of the family reunion, I mean, the possibilities are endless. As long as we keep growing and people keep showing up, who knows where we'll be.
So this has just been amazing. And so I just want to say, and I'll end on this note, that I have learned a lot by working with Half Moon and Shanette Crichton, who's just amazing, who has won all kinds of awards. And this is about women in the hospitality industry. According to Minister Bartlett, there's 60% of women in this tourism industry here in Jamaica. The thing that has made me so angry in the past few weeks is the State Department has put this advisory out not to come to Jamaica. We're going to fight this. This has got to stop. You all have to also fight it because this is ridiculous. This is one of the most magical islands. I mean, we have groups that are canceling. This is your bread and butter, guys. This is your bread and butter. But you've got to be advocates for your own. You have got to. And the women that are out there, I want you to continue to stay strong. You're the backbone of this industry, and it's really, really important. You students over there, continue your training. It is a great industry. I have never been happier in my life. You can build careers, okay? And I will leave you with a funny quote from the late Madeleine Albright, who was a UN ambassador. There's a special place in hell for women who do not support other women. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am sure that you will agree that we cannot speak about tourism without acknowledging the pivotal role that women have played in building this industry, in ensuring its growth and development, and certainly in terms of contributing to the national economy. And so, women are key players at every stage across every aspect of the tourism ecosystem. We bring diverse perspectives and skills, whether we're guiding journeys, creating unique souvenirs, shaping destination awareness, building hotels, or leading in various businesses across the tourism spectrum. We drive innovation and enrich the traveler's experience. The resilience of the tourism industry, nationally and globally, hinges on empowering women, ensuring that they receive equitable opportunities, break down the barriers that hinder professional advancement. By fostering an environment that promotes gender equality, we not only enhance the industry's overall strength and contribute to the broader socioeconomic fabric of our countries, but we must stress that we need to ensure that women are in leadership positions, that there is equal pay, that there's access to education and entrepreneurship, and that in empowering the women, we must always remember that we empower and uplift families, communities, and nations. Let me share some statistics with you from the UN Tourism. And this is from the UN Tourism Global Report on Women in Tourism. It was published in 2019. That was just before the pandemic. And it highlights tourism contribution towards United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, in particular goal number 5, which, as you know, deals with gender equality and women's empowerment. The key findings show that in the tourism industry, women account for 54% of employees compared with 39% of female employment in the broader economy. Women are well represented in service and clerical level jobs, but are more poorly represented in the professional levels of tourism. Women in tourism are typically, they earn 10 to 15% less than their male counterparts. The tourism industry has also almost twice as many women employers as other sectors. 1 in 5 tourism ministers in the world is female. In Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, women's employment in the tourism industry roughly mirrors what is the global trend. It is predominantly women who work in tourism, and most of them occupy the lower level and lower paying and lower skilled jobs, particularly in the service and clerical roles. Nonetheless, there is a growing number of women holding managerial and leadership positions in tourism. Indeed, some of them are business owners, and you just heard from a hotel owner. Can I use Jamaica as an example? According to the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, from their data, there are 32 female general managers or managing directors across the 104 accommodation properties in Jamaica. This figure nearly doubles with the inclusion of operational managers and marketing directors. Jamaica's tourism industry has had its share of women trailblazers. And, well, I'm the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, and I've been there for a very long time. But before me, the 2 previous Permanent Secretaries were also female. And women have been contributing to decision-making in Jamaica for a very long time. Let me share with you a few names that come to mind in the tourism sector of Jamaica. First of all, we have had 2 ministers of tourism who were female. One was the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and the other was Ambassador Alun Dombe Asamba. Then we have had directors of tourism, female. One, we had Carol Guntley. She was, in fact, the first female director of tourism. And then we had Faye Pickersgill, who was the longest-serving director of tourism. We have Mrs. Camille Needham, and she is the executive director of the JHTA, and in fact, she has been there for about 40 years now. And just across there, I'm looking at her, Mrs. Nicola Madden Gregg. She was the president of the JHTA, the Jamaica Hotel and Tours Association, and today she is the president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tours Association. So women have played significant roles in leadership in tourism in this part of the world. In the hotel sector, you just heard from our speaker, and Shernette Crichton, who is here with her, yes? Shernette, she's the general manager of the iconic Half Moon Resort, and she was recently named as the Caribbean Hotelier of the Year for 2023 at the Caribbean Tourism Traveler Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Ministry of Tourism, we have 8 public bodies, and of the 8 public bodies, 5 of them have women as their leaders, including this convention center. And if I were to even go further in the Caribbean Tourism Organization, no, Mrs. Donna Regis Prosper, she is Secretary General and CEO of the CTO. So women are very prominent in the region. These are just examples that show good progress in gender equality within tourism. And while I'm not complaining, of course, there is considerable room for more women to take on leadership positions in the region. In the Ministry of Tourism, we are very conscious that we do have a majority of our tourism workers and leaders who are female. And if you were to just look across the room there at these students, the future generation for tourism, they're mostly women. They're young ladies. And so it is important that we ensure that they get the kind of training, exposure, and development that is going to pivot them into leadership positions in the tourism sector as they advance in their careers. And so in the ministry, we have a number of programs. And as I said, most of them are, in fact, the participants are females. In fact, we have the Jamaica Hotel and the Jamaica Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program in the TEF. We have programs with small and micro enterprises. We call them SMTEs. We have Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation with a number of training programs. We have the linkages programs, and this try to build economic opportunities for other sectors in the country. In all of these initiatives and programs that we have, invariably, the majority of participants are women. In fact, and in one day, in one of our programs, over 80% are going to be female. And so we continue to push these programs forward because we are conscious that tourism sometimes is the first entry point for persons to get into the sector. We say that tourism has low entry barriers. That means you can have a small skill to produce a craft item, you can enter tourism. You maybe have a space where you can offer entertainment, you can be in tourism. And so because of that, we realize that then our job is ensure that we empower our women so that they can seize opportunities for training and development and, as I said, earn their livelihoods from this very important sector. I will stop for now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Good afternoon. Please bear with me. I'm recovering from a cold, which for sure tomorrow, if I dip into the Jamaican Sea, it will be right away. It's a pleasure to share a roundtable with such inspiring women. And I want to thank Minister Bartlett for the invitation. Pleasure to be here at this Resilience Tourism Center. Secretary General from UN Tourism as well. Pleasure to be here. Ministers, authorities, and friends. Allow me, because I wear two hats. The first one is from the WTTC, and I'll start talking about the first hat while the presentation is being put on, please. So my first hat is the WTTC. Certainly, I think the WTTC, it's a pleasure for me to have stepped on the role of Vice Chair of Sustainability. And I think what the WTTC does as a platform is prove that tourism can be a force for good. And they've done a lot of focus this past year on bringing out environmental and social reports that just really prove the impact. They've done a lot of focus on sustainability basics and showing individual hotels how to take the next steps and how to grow on their impact and make more sustainable steps forward. And I'll mention one last thing, which is an energy coalition, the virtual PPA, that will definitely help destinations make the transition towards a more clean energy that is so necessary for tourism. And now, talking about resilience, allow me to put the second hat, which is the hat of Vice Chairman and Chief Sustainability Officer of Iberostar Group. And hopefully I can get the presentation to share with you. Is it working? Yes, unfortunately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear with me by voice then, absolutely no problem. I had some pictures that just proves the resilience of our family business. There you go, thank you very much. If I can go back one slide. Perfect. So when we talk about resilience in Iberostar, my sister Sabina and I represent the fourth generation. Our history dates back to 1877. So definitely, without having a vision of resilience and a vision on investment and innovation, on quality, we definitely wouldn't have been able to write the history. And I'll show a picture of what became tourism in Iberostar Group in the 1950s. But as I was mentioning, we have more of a century of experience, and tourism is at our core, and we've been present in the tourism industry for decades. Definitely, you cannot be resilient and responsible if you don't have the values, because the strength of a purpose is so important. And in a nutshell, to understand what Iberostar is, we have a portfolio of 100 hotels. We're present in more than 14 countries with over 30,000 rooms. And our origin markets span from Germany to the US. Excuse me. And what defines us is definitely our passion, the way we're passionate about tourism, the way, thank you so much, we're passionate about having a personality, quality, and innovation. In numbers, but the most important number is that we tend to bring joy to more than 2 million customers in Iberostar in the hotel division. That's the piece underneath. And on the top, you see the group in numbers as well. And we tend to take care of a family of more than 32,000 staff within Iberostar. And responsible tourism. Responsible tourism for us, and the reason why I'm here today at this panel, is because for us it's a way to prove the relevance of being resilient. And I think Sabina and I, being leaders as women in the fourth generation of the family business, really have clear the importance of investing in resilience and making a kind of tourism that is responsible. And for that, allow me to share in a nutshell and briefly what we do in Iberostar in our work to hope to gain inspiration from others and share best practices. So I was showing here, responsible tourism for us is finding the right balance. Of course, we're a business. We want to be profitable. We want to be in this for the long run. But also, we want to leave a legacy that leaves behind a purpose, as I was saying, a legacy that leaves behind resilient destinations like Jamaica on a cultural aspect, environmental, on a social aspect. And this is what our focus is when we talk about resilience and responsible tourism. And because we're from an island, the same like here, like in Jamaica, we're from Mallorca, we focus it a lot to the oceans and how we bring tourism and vocational tourism to the oceans. Here are our 5 areas of focus that span from blue foods to circularity, nature-based solutions, climate action, and destination stewardship. And going very briefly into them, apologies for my voice again, going the wrong way around. We have set our targets in our work. Circular economy, it all started in 2020. We eliminated single-use plastic across all our portfolio, and now we move towards circular economy. And what circular economy, we presented our roadmap at the COP28 in Dubai last year, and really, what we are trying to prove is that circularity can go hand in hand with operations. Here in Jamaica itself, we have a phenomenal 3Rs team that handles waste, and we have the target by 2025 not to send any waste to landfill. Thanks to the phenomenal Jamaican team, our statistics are now below half a kilogram of waste sent to landfill per stay here in Jamaica, and this is just the beginning. Please bear with me because not only my voice is slow, my brain is a little bit slow as well. But coming back to the Jamaican experience as well, we use AI with our kitchen staff in order to categorize all the waste and be more productive. The way we can detect the organic waste, how we extract the value. We don't sell meals to unuseless landfill use, we send them to pig farms. And in the future, we want to generate an infrastructure of industrial management of organic waste. And hopefully in Jamaica, we can also set the path. Second is blue foods. Gastronomy is a unique selling proposition of Iberostar. We're so focused in gastronomy. People, when they enjoy their holidays, they want to eat well. And we said blue foods because the oceans and seafood are so critical for nutritional security. And the way we see it is we want to source a seafood that is traceable. And we want to source a seafood that is traceable with quality and at the same time leave an impact. So we're also looking at lifting up local, and we're having 5 fisheries in the project to be able to raise local fisheries. And Jamaica is one of the examples that we're working at with a local fishery of lobsters, hopefully in the near future. So all traceable, all responsible. I'll move faster. Nature-based solutions. Why nature-based solutions? Because at the end, we don't only want to restore nature in the coastal ecosystems where we operate and we so depend on, but we also want to bring solutions from them. We like science in Iberostar. We have a team of more than 30 scientists. Dr. Megan Morikawa is here with me and is a great testament to that, leading the sustainability office. And the way we focus on science is to really prove that nature has the solutions. So we can have a lower risk profile as a beachfront hotel operator if science helps us prove the KPIs. So currently we're in conversations with insurance companies for them to understand that we have a lower risk profile because of what we do, recovering ecoservices like mangroves, like coral reefs, like dunes, and all this is our focus in nature-based solutions. Here you see a picture of our property here in Jamaica, and the way we want to really make those coastal areas flourish is because we see the dependency on them. 80% of tourism happens in coastal areas. Jamaica is such a beautiful island, so it's a win-win, and it's a natural decision that we took. We want to focus on really promoting that here, bringing those ecosystem services in Jamaica, and support all the interactions and collaborations for that to happen. I move very fast. Mangrove work that you can see here that we do as well. And one piece of the puzzle as well in our strategy of resilience is talking about destination stewardships, because we might have a voice as a company that has been run by 4 generations from Spain, but really it's the destinations that have the relevant voice. So we have a destination stewardship community that will bring that voice out and tell us what to do. If we come to Jamaica, we are guests here. as a foreign business. So we really want to understand the reality, what is needed. We do a mapping of interest, and that's how we come with community tourism projects. We want to have 35 by 2030, and Jamaica won't be the exception. Moving fast towards the end, energy, of course, clean energy, reducing our impact, using transition as much as possible, what we've accomplished. And one last remark is people. We couldn't do this without our people. So we're a family of more than 35,000 employees, and here in Jamaica, we're so proud to say that now we have above 1,600 staff. They're phenomenal. The split is quite equal between women and men, also in managerial positions. So for the youth to understand also that it's important to offer a career, to have a long run. And here in Jamaica, we're proving that, and we're walking the talk in that aspect, because without people, you will not get anywhere. They're the soul of tourism. And one last message, we are so focused on dual training programs. I believe the UN Secretary mentioned it this morning. We already have dual training vocational programs in Spain, in Mexico, and hopefully we can build something together as well here in Jamaica in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I am extremely honored to be representing the GTR CMC on this illustrious panel, but I would like to express my deepest appreciation, first of all, to our co-founder, the Honorable Minister, and our Executive Director, Professor Lloyd Wallow, for their vision in recognizing that gender plays a critical role in tourism and resilience. So please join me in giving them a round of applause. And I believe I do have a presentation, so it should be coming up. If it is not, I will be free to free flow, because as women, we are resilient. All right, there we go. So my brief presentation focuses on the issues of empowerment and leadership in the tourism sector. Not moving, so if I could ask you to move it for me, please. So, as the PS said, the global tourism body states that women constitute approximately 54% of the workforce. But they also face disparities, such as lower pay and issues of job security, and are underrepresented in managerial positions. Globally, women earn and save less, they hold jobs that are more insecure, and they lack advancement opportunities. But women make a significant contribution in the tourism sector to service provision, employment, as agricultural workers, and as entrepreneurs. And they form a majority of low-valued, casual, seasonal, and informal workers in tourism, and are actually more likely to lose their jobs when a crisis manifests. And we saw that, of course, with COVID. Next slide, please. So we need to translate any talk about gender equality into policies which have meaningful impact on the lives of women. It is not just about adding women into something and stirring around a pot and expecting that when it bubbles, they will somehow add value. It is about the empowerment of women at all levels to ensure that they can access decent paying jobs, create assets and wealth, and boost their productivities and income. Next slide, please. Data has shown that women running local businesses within the tourism chain and those within the poorly paid informal sector are at particular risk. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, those working as what we call non-standard workers, what we know were very precarious positions on the lower rungs of the ladder, were the first to lose their employment. Those in the informal sectors linked to tourism, including those in the craft market, the food stalls and beach vendors, were also negatively impacted. And we have seen that women with small businesses are at risk when the economy contracts. A fall in income due to job losses and business closures in tourism means that there is a higher incidence of poverty for women who have less capacity to absorb economic shocks in comparison to men. And these disparities were again particularly reflected during the COVID-19 pandemic, where a majority of the 62 million jobs lost in the travel and tourism sector were women's jobs. Data from UN Women for 2021 has shown that the COVID-19 crisis cost women around the world at least US $800 billion in lost income in 2020, equivalent to more than the combined GDP of 98 countries. Now let that just sink in for a moment. 98 countries. That's how much income women lost around the world. Globally, women lost more than 64 million jobs in 2020 alone, a 5% loss compared to a 3% loss for men. And this, of course, is partly attributed to the impact of the pandemic on women-dominated sectors and the expansion of additional unpaid care work shouldered by women due to discriminatory gender roles and the stress on already weak health and healthcare system. UN Women states that this figure does not take into account the wages lost by women working in the informal economy. So women's economic empowerment is negatively affected by the retrenching of gender stereotypes in tourism employment and the halting of measures to promote gender equality across the sector. Their ability to balance work and domestic responsibilities, strained by the increase in domestic work and the lack of supportive and flexible employment policies and care infrastructure, have also made matters worse. I want to ask the women in the audience, how many of us remember having to try and balance preparing meals during COVID while in Zoom meetings, or helping children with homework while writing emails? Am I talking to the converted? Next slide, please. As researchers, the pandemic also showed us that a lack of sex disaggregated data and gender statistics made it difficult to fully assess its impact on women's employment and self-employment in tourism. What we as researchers learned then was that it was important for governments to increase their efforts to collect and analyze such data in partnership with the private sector. This is beneficial to help in the development of policies and subsequent programs and services to promote women's increased empowerment. And why are policies important? Because they help to promote accountability. Next slide, please. So what are some of the solutions to these problems? I want to focus on SDG 5, which speaks to the issues of gender equality, and SDG 10, reducing inequalities, in making some of the recommendations, and most importantly, on gender mainstreaming, which ensures that policymaking and legislative work responds more effectively to the needs of all citizens, women, men, girls, and boys. And these are the recommendations on the last slide. In the public and private sectors, we need a gender-responsive recovery and support for women entrepreneurs in the tourism sector. We need the continued provision of skills development, opportunities, the facilitation of market access and increased access to financing, particularly for women. We need to ensure leadership training for women in tourism. We need to make certain that there is a regular collection and reporting of data that is separated by sex and unemployment in the tourism sector. This includes conducting gender analysis, consulting civil society actors, and integrating a gender perspective into all phases of the tourism policy and program cycle. Women's economic empowerment must be at the center of tourism strategies for the future, with women involved in decision-making at all levels, and I think Pia spoke very clearly to that. Gender perspectives should be integrated into tourism policy, and gender equality strategies for the sector must be accompanied by institutional and budgetary support. We must promote women's participation and leadership in trade unions and encourage a tripartite negotiation to ensure women's labor rights. We must support women entrepreneurs in the tourism sector to ensure that they have access to credit and to finance. We must support women's organizations, women tourism corporations, and women's business associations. We must support female entrepreneurs, particularly the expansion and diversification of products and services, and the expansion of women's access to digital technologies. We must insist that work is made towards gender balance in senior management of tourism companies and address the lack of high-level women's leadership in decision-making spaces. With these proposals in place, let us continue to work together towards the continued empowerment of women at the table. Women must lead the discussions. They must be generating the policies and programs which can better not only their lives, but the lives of all of us. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Lisa Indar. I am the Director of Surveillance Disease Prevention and Control at the Caribbean Public Health Agency. A lot of you all may know CARFA because of our regional response to COVID. But I want to tell a story today and to talk about this topic of, women in tourism resilience, and to share my story to inspire you. My story started growing up in a family where your future was already decided for you. So I remember at 17 years, I'm coming home doing my A-levels, and that there was a young man at my mother's table. And she said, Lisa, this is the guy you're going to get married to. So I started to laugh. And I said, what do you mean by that? She says, well, my marriage was an arranged marriage, and this is the guy you're going to get married to, and you'd be expected to, to do certain things for the family. And I kept laughing. I laughed so much, this guy got red. He got up and left. And I had to struggle from then to say, Mommy, I want to be different. I want to inspire. I want to continue my education. And I went on to get 4 different degrees, and then started in the world of work. And then I faced the same controversies. Everything I wanted to do, I was told you could not do that because I wanted to inspire. I started a program called Integrated Foodborne Disease Surveillance. But normally in health, you work with the scientists and the doctors. You don't work with the environmental health officers and the veterinary officers. But it makes sense if you want to trace back to a foodborne disease, you have to trace to the farm source. You have to work with those persons. So inclusion was important. And I was told, no, we couldn't do it, but we succeeded. I want to talk a bit now about how we developed this regional tourism and health program through innovation. Before I do that, though, let me thank, one of the hallmarks of a strong woman is recognizing the strong men that has helped and has helped to inspire us. And I want to really, commend Mr. Honorable Ed Bartlett. When I started all of this, he says, go, be an inspiration. Years ago, I don't know if you remember that, years and years ago. And Prof, working with us. So going on to the other slide. So people always ask the question, why health and tourism? And COVID taught us that, why health and tourism? But we, myself, we saw the need for health and tourism long before that. Years ago when we realized a lot of our infections were tourism-based. And we knew we had to actually infuse health and tourism, but not just monitor and responding, but to put capacity and development and standards and guidelines. It actually took an innovative approach where to be able to do such, to develop such a program and an innovative program, you needed tourism partnership. You could not do it without the private sector. So one of the first things in terms of leadership and innovation, and one of my first lessons is being able to know how to collaborate and with different sectors to get what you want, and to inspire you to that goal. So our regional and tourism and health program is one of those innovative programs that is not anywhere in the world. The UNWTO actually endorsed it as that, which address health, safety, and environmental threats to tourism. And in that way, we are enhancing visitor health, but as well as improving tourism resilience. Even though it's executed by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, we have the partners like the CTO and the CHTA, and Nicola is here today, the OECS, and the Global Tourism Resilience Center. Next slide. And this is the program, and the reason I put this photo here is to talk about visioning. Part of being, empowering tourism resilience is to be able to have a strong vision and to be able to carry out that vision. Most of our health programs tend to have just a monitoring and a surveillance part of it. But having the vision of, look, we want to be able to, with tourism, you want to capture the illness very quickly. At the same time, it must be confidential. We don't want anybody knowing we have illness. We want to mitigate it, nip it in the bud, and prevent any negative reputational loss from it. So we created systems that were real-time, that were digitalized, that will allow for confidential reporting, and on your phone, you can get an alert that something was happening. That was important, the whole idea of digitalization. But we had to support that. We had to build capacity in the sector. And how did we do that? We created guidelines and guidelines for response, what to do and when to do for a respiratory illness or for a gastro illness. And we had a suite of different capacity building, and we did that capacity building with our partners, with CTO and CHTA, because they knew the tourism sector. We created standards and guidelines. We worked with GTRCMC to really have these harmonized guidelines, and we created partnerships. That partnerships is important. In any marriage, it's important for partnership. And with this tourism and health, it was a marriage of partnerships. To get all of that working, we had to give an incentive. We all know if you give a reward, people are going to be happy. What we were asking the tourism sector, the private sector, to believe in us, to report illnesses in a confidential manner, and to have the confidence in us that we are going to mitigate and stop that spread. And if you do all of that, you will have a Caribbean Travelers Health Assurance Award for healthier, safer tourism, and that was the award. So developing this program took years. It took about 10 years from vision to actual implementation, but we never gave up. We knew it had to be a holistic program. We knew it had to be an inclusive program. We knew it had to be a program built on partnerships, on communication, on coordination, and stakeholder engagement. Next slide. Next slide. We are now implementing in all these different countries. Just to give you an example, next slide. And there's a lot of benefits, which I wouldn't go through here, but the biggest benefit for you, the tourism sector, is that you are able to sell a tourism product that is a healthier, safer tourism product. And if there's a problem, we are reducing any negative loss or negative damage from that. Next slide. And I want to stick to this slide. What was some of the success? Innovating and pioneer leadership to go beyond the norm, to create that package, believe in yourself. I'm seeing a lot of young girls here, and I really hope this is an inspiration. Believe in yourself. When persons come to you and say, well, no, let's do it like this, but you know what is the right thing, you know that you require more and to go beyond, believe in that. And have the solidarity and backing of strong women, and I was going to put brackets, strong men as well. But I am privileged to be surrounded by those. I call Nicola my friend, because we know when we have an issue, we call each other on the phone and we discuss how do we carry this message that is going to impact on tourism, but to ensure that our visitors are safe. It's a health program implementing in the tourism sector, The executive director of CAFA is a woman, a strong woman. And as we all said here, we back ourselves up. And part of having that solidarity is working with the strong men too in our lives to be able to work together and create that vision. The digitalization, the innovation, the last speaker spoke about it. We need to always be on top of our game and to be able to know this is the way the world is going, having real-time alert systems on your phones and so on. Advocate, advocate, advocate. Partnerships, coordination, and communication. So I want to say that, I am one of the many examples that, and I'm hoping that I inspire you all, that women, that you continue to believe in yourself, and to be successful, to keep pressing on to get things done. And with respect, use this program and use all the different things that were said today to show that this will help, what we're doing in terms of building tourism resilience.
Thank you very much, ladies. Lisa, can I ask, how does your story end? Did you end up marrying that dude? Good to know, we were betting. I think we have just time for one question each, and I just don't want to miss on that opportunity. I'm going to start with Jennifer. Jennifer, you said how tourism as a sector employs 54% women compared to the wider economy, which is at 39%. Figures from UNWTO completely agree. I also agree with you because I have numbers here from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, which reports that women own or co-own 33% of businesses globally. But if you take small and micro enterprises, that number is probably double that, close to 70%. What would be your one tip, and you all have 1 minute each, guys, please cooperate, to really foster and promote entrepreneurship in tourism amongst women?
Access to financing. I think one of the biggest drawbacks to women entrepreneurs is access to financing. It's very difficult sometimes, especially small operators who do not have the collateral to offer to banks. You have to have some alternative way of them getting sufficient financing for their businesses. And so in our ministry, our Minister Bartlett saw that need. And so we have a program where $1 billion was provided to our Exim Bank to provide loans to small entrepreneurs, 4.5%, $25 million ceiling, 4.5%. For 5 years, and it has worked phenomenally well.
Excellent point, well made, thank you. Gloria, you're next. I was curious how important being a fourth generation family member is to you, and you kept talking about legacy. And when we speak of women and resilience, it occurred to me so much of it is about biodiversity as well, which you had in one of your slides. And if you think about biodiversity, it's actually not very different from what we are speaking of now, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because it is the single biggest insurance policy against extinction, just as it is for families, as it is for animals and plants. Wearing your Iberostar hat or your WTTC hat, can you think of one example where you have really seen how fostering this collaboration for women has really impacted your bottom line?
If I can, first of all, I think that what is important is for everyone to focus on their strengths. So women need to really focus on their strengths and not their weaknesses. And Sabina and I, when we collaborate, that's one example that has really proven how together we have the strength as well in the fourth generation of a family business, the things in the long run, to predicate with the example and to focus really on the strengths and what is important. So allowing women to understand that there's a career opportunity and a path in Iberostar, allowing women to understand the relevance of thinking in the long term and taking care of biodiversity and how important it is for tourism, allowing them to, as well, to understand how important collaboration in all aspects, public, private, pre-competitive with communities, is for the future of tourism. And again, I think is walking the talk, but really focusing on the strengths that everyone has and proving that by being an example and giving access to education, training, and a career path in our sector. That is phenomenal.
Fantastic. Love that. I know it's Patek Philippe that says that you're merely looking after the watch for the next generation, but really with nature, it is the same thing. You're merely looking after it for the next generation and passing it on. Thank you. Sheila, if I can come to you. I love the way you said people think it's easy, but it's not easy, what you have achieved. And you also made a very strong, compelling point how we need to have women included in decision-making at all levels. Yet, statistics show that only 6.6% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women. My own company has been doing the single biggest research on publicly listed companies in the tourism space. And despite having 54% women in the workforce, we only have 7% who actually who actually go on to become the CEOs. At the current rate of progress, World Economic Forum estimates it's going to take us 162 years to close the gender gap. Now, I know the Bible says that there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens, so be patient. But really, even God, I think, will understand that asking for 2 centuries is too much of patience to muster. My question to you is, what if you had to choose one thing to solve the gender crisis in leadership, what would be your recommendation and tip?
I'm going to go back to finance. Money talks.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to. In 2 weeks, Shanette and I will be going to Forbes in Las Vegas. And this will be going into our 3rd year of going there. And to walk into that room and seeing nothing but men, you could count on one hand how many women are in there, in any kind of a leadership position. I'm the only one with ownership of hotels. It's because I had the means to do it. And I think more than anything, we've got to be able to put together a financing project where women can get the financing to start buying and starting their own companies. That's the only way we're able to go forward. The opportunities aren't like this. This is a men's network in the hospitality business. This is the reality of it. You see it when we go to these conventions. They huddle together. They go to play golf. They solve the problems on the golf course. But we are not allowed in there. One of the things that happened with me not too long ago was to buy into sports teams. I'm still the only woman who has ownership in 3 sports teams because I had the finances to be able to go in and do it and just fight for it.
Thank you. Fantastic point. I'm going to pick up on that, Shakira, if you don't mind. Networking. We don't do it very well, but there is, I think, tons of evidence out there which shows how women really need networking, collaboration, mentorship to really thrive. Can you think of one example, someone who does it well in the industry or outside?
I think we have many examples. There are many women who have been played pivotal roles in mentoring other women. I mean, I'm sure all of us here on this panel can speak to the fact that we have been mentored by women. And we would not be here. Certainly, I would not have been here where I am today if I do not stand on the shoulders of very strong women. And I think that's one of the most important things that we have to look at in this industry, is how those of us who have managed to break through particular glass ceilings, how can we empower those of us and those young women out there who are coming up? How can we empower them? Because if we don't have a seat at the table, then we have a distinct disadvantage. And that's the most important thing we have to do, have a seat at the table.
Thank you. Lisa, last but not the least, you sit on so much of rich data I'm not sure, I think both Jennifer and Shakira made the point about really the requirement for a gender-segregated data. In health, can you think of something that was most shocking to you?
In health, that is most shocking. The way how, if you go for healthcare, how women are given less, and depending on what you're doing. So you have a guy who's there and a woman who's there. May not necessarily be, this is not like if a woman is having a baby, but for the same thing. And the woman is given less precedence than the guy. The other thing, in terms of our statistics, we see violence in women. We see a big, big difference in that. We see things like, of course, the normal things like, cancers and other types of infection, foodborne infections, but violence in women is perhaps very shocking for us.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a close. As you have heard, resilience is not merely a destination. It's a journey, it's a mindset and a way of operating a business, a hotel company, a tourism experience, a destination that is really prepared and ready to navigate the waves of uncertainty and change. A more central role for women in resilience and otherwise will require sustained effort, perseverance, and a willingness to challenge ingrained biases and systems. But ultimately, I think we all need to be more positive. We need to be optimistic. I know I am, and I keep the faith, not because of anything else, but because of these women who are up on stage, and I know because they will go on to foster a lot more women leaders as we go forward. To quote and end with the Bible again, as Joshua says in chapter 1, verse 9, "Be strong and courageous, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Amen to that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience, and it's been a pleasure. A big round of applause for all of these wonderful women, please. Thank you. Can we please have you come up for a group picture? looks like it. We need another chair. Hi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know the word we have to wait. That's right. Okay, someone is bringing it. Okay, we're waiting.